is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember, when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to
99% of drugs are brought in by U.S. citizens.
Good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative.
I hate how much the Republicans are able to set the
legislation.
terms of this debate, to frame this debate, right? To the point where J.D. Vance, what he says when asked is just like, here's our plan. We're going to go after the criminal immigrants first, and then we're going to go after... And he doesn't even have to say the rest of it, right? That he wants to start, like, deporting people. Like, the way they're talking about Springfield, it sounds like they want to de-citizen people. Or temporarily protective status people.
And they need to be done.
Like, he's a lot more radical than he's getting away with.
The executive branch. So, look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this, and he promised you, America, how easy it would be.
Okay, so they need to start using this, right?
Mexico will pay for it.
When
less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime.
When Trump and Vance say, like, Kamala's been vice president for 4 years, right? They need to beat them at the to the punch by saying, you know, you say you want to do these things, yeah. You had 4 years. You didn't do shit. We gave you the bill you wanted. You wouldn't vote for it, or you told the Republican senators or the Republican Congress not to vote for it.
From their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens. You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is...
Again, that's Joe Biden that did that, right? As far as undoing executive orders, that's not the vice president.
It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true, don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Lankford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our borders are. Kamala Harris has been, and it's actually heartbreaking.
It's just all of a sudden gotten really granular,
Just want to be empowered.
at least as far as what they're asking. Now, he's not answering that question.
Most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say,
But
if you try to come across the border illegally,
the issue that they're dancing around is
through proper channels,
the bill that Biden backed,
community of Springfield, and
the bill written by a Republican that Biden backed,
Springfield. Look, and
said that he would sign, said that he would help through the Senate, and the bill that Donald Trump and the Republicans supported up until the point that they knew that that bill could be passed, right? And it's going to be wild if this debate goes through without anyone making that point.
Citizens who have had their lives
That is
destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to
Donald Trump is the reason
that Kamala Harris does.
that that bill wasn't passed. He called up the Republicans in Congress and told them not to vote for that because he thought it would help his chances in the election.
That's because they know we need to do this. Look,
But, I mean, both of their
continuing to bring this up.
policies are terrible. That's why I'm talking over them.
Everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit.
Both of these tickets are fucking craven.
But it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also
Walz and or not Walz, but Biden and
I agree.
Biden has basically given in to the Republican Party, and Donald Trump won't take the W.
Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know.
This is our government sucking.
Talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it, and it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well,
Nora?
Margaret, but
Thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Senator, we have so much to get to. I would love to hear you babble, but
the rules were that
I would love to hear you yap. Oh my God. Oh my God. They're going to let him do this.
there's an application called
No.
where you can go on as an illegal
They just let him do it.
apply for asylum or
Wait, what was he referring to?
legal status at the wave.
VP can do a lot. VP can break a tie in the Senate. Fatima?
Coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That
Thank
is
you,
the
Senator.
facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank
our
you,
own
Senator, for
leadership.
describing.
You know what else a VP can do? Whatever task the president assigns to the VP. Because the VP serves at the pleasure of the president. That's how vice president works in the United States of America, all right? They don't have independent power.
The audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much.
Ooh, geez. Well, you lost control already, so good job.
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a top.
Who is the CBS? Look, I can't rip on CBS because I don't want I'm just glad to be able to be streaming this, but goddamn.
Includes billions in tax credit,
We'll talk about CBS later.
housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase
The Wharton School.
by 1.2 trillion.
Donald Trump's alma mater.
Pay for that without ballooning the deficit. Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff.
Ben Dowdy says Biden had 4 years. Ben Dowdy, Trump had 4 years.
This is going to impact
Trump had 4 years.
plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota.
And Dowdy, that's some fucking cope. I'm assuming when you're saying the clown, you mean Donald Trump,
And then making sure tax cuts go.
who had the House and the Senate with him for the first 2 years until he lost the midterm election.
Poverty by a third. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business.
But maybe you don't know that. You learned something new today, Ben Dowdy. Congratulations.
Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do, we'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer, a lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies. And what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%. Open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom. Because Donald Trump's economic
Those stupid economics professors at the Wharton School, what do they fucking know? They don't have common sense like us. We all know that supply side economics
plan doesn't make sense. I say, look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts.
for 3 years. And then what happened the fourth year?
From previous Republican tax cut plans.
What happened the fourth year?
Those resources went to giving.
If you want to claim credit for the Obama economy that you fucking inherited, I'm sure as hell gonna make you accountable for that giant dip, that giant economic dip in the last year. If that's the game you want to fucking play.
I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's gonna stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Paying the bills will stop. Yeah, that's what it'll do for you.
Was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percent.
I am afraid this is an important line of logic that he's pursuing now. I am afraid that they waited too late to mention this, and I'm not sure why.
Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If
He's got a pro tip.
Listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, and the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we
No, that part was true.
off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that.
That part that he mentioned was true. Like, there are obviously other considerations.
Productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the...
But no, what happened, the reason there's the industrial base left the United States is because
manufacturing back.
the corporate class got greedy.
Make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home.
They basically sold out the industrial base
But look,
to get
the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are
to
manufactured
get inflation under control
to stop.
during the 70s. And since then, we've been a liberal, neoliberal country. No, we shouldn't listen to...
Which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
If you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money overseas.
Make it hurt, though. People don't know that he's a venture capital guy.
Harris has a record 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
that's a gross generalization.
that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here, because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you've simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications.
Right now, I want to talk about ground news. No.
The president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID, and I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world.
Nothing that he just said makes sense.
For your community, and then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier, or was
So it's one of these ridiculous things where they catch somebody on, you said that you went to China and saw.
The question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests, went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016,
It's a good thing this doesn't matter. Let's hope.
Donald Trump,
Good thing that VP debates don't matter. Let's hope.
and you said he could be America's Hitler.
The thing is, this is the last major event of the campaign unless they set up another debate.
You then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump
Vance,
failed to deliver his economic
you could have brought that up, Vance.
You're now his running mate.
Like, this was pertinent.
Many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly...
Oh, no. Now he gets to give a testimonial to help establish, what do you call it, like a permission structure for people to vote for Trump. Like, I didn't think he was good, but then I changed my mind. Then I realized the scales fell from my eyes, and I realized the media was a bunch of lying liars, and Donald Trump is really fucking awesome, and now I realize that, and you could realize that too. Hey.
Now, you pointed out to messages from 2020.
Welcome to MAGA.
Extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration.
Does the VP give the president economic policy advice? It could happen, but
Senator, that Congress is
again, the VP serves at the pleasure of the president.
About problems, it's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of
The
things.
VP is not someone the president has to deal with. The VP is somebody who has to deal with the president.
And the Democrats
Does that make sense?
had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said, two wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about health care. In Minnesota, we are ranked.
I should be looking at the.
We trust women. We trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond?
See what Twitter is saying about this.
Create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me,
rocky start for Tim, but he seems okay now. This isn't good, though. Just understand, like, there's a lot in this debate that's not good. Now, people are saying it's a vice presidential debate, and it won't matter.
Proudly wants to protect the vulnerable. Is that my party? We've got to do so.
I don't know. Let's hope.
At earning the American people's trust back on this.
Because it's definitely not good.
Don't trust us, and I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump.
It's not a disaster either.
I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes
is actually for the pregnant person. No. Let the individual, not the individual states, make the decision. What makes the most sense is for the pregnant person, the person carrying the pregnancy,
Governor, would you like to respond and also
to be the one to make that decision.
Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, it was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator.
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think, whether you're pro-choice or pro-abortion, that is fundamentally barbaric.
So now, what are the rules exactly?
Is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris,
I should have looked into this. I assumed their mics would be muted when they weren't talking.
be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of
But
conscience.
we have heard each of them jump in.
Pro-family, but please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physician
Link Retro, thank you for the 400 bits.
trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point. That's not it at all.
What was I wrong about? Please tell me, what was I wrong
That is
about?
not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But
this,
how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting engaged, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point
I'm gonna sneeze.
there's a continuation of these guys
Sorry.
who try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing
The donor goal is at 6% now.
us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota,
You have a 6% chance of getting bonus content tonight
they get
so far.
so the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more
Oh my God, I have never
debate in just a moment.
more wanted a commercial break than right now. Let's take a look at some of the things that popped up on Twitter.
Governor, and just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield,
This is
Ohio,
what people are talking about.
large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status temporary protected
Well,
status.
Margaret, but
Thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important
We're
because
going to turn out of the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that
The
you guys
economy,
were going
we're-
to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for
Oh, he really wanted to go off.
legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand.
They let him walk all over them, though.
Waiting for 10 years. That
Thank
is
you,
the
Senator.
facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank
our
you,
own
Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal
And
process.
Kamala-
We
and
have
Kamala
so much
Harris
to get
opened up
to,
that
Senator.
pathway.
We
Those
have
laws
so
have been on
much.
the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
We
CBP
want to
One
have,
app has not been on the books.
Since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut.
Okay, so they did eventually cut the mics. It was JD Vance who was talking when that happened. JD Vance kept interrupting the moderators when they tried to move to the next subject. No, they let him walk on them. I don't know. People are like saying this is a big JD Vance owned moment. I'm not so sure about that. Cut his mic is trending. Tampon Tim is trending. Wonderful. Winning with Walz is trending. What happens in VP debate? Me too, man. Man, me too. Wait, what? Oh my God, nobody's showing the fucking... They're just using this hashtag. Elon, you suck. Elon, people are misusing your hashtags. Wait. Oh no. Gus Waltz always slightly looks a little bit like Kyle Rittenhouse to me, and I was like, why is Waltz hugging Kyle Rittenhouse? Winning with Waltz. I don't know if they're feeling so winning right now.
Teachers, nurses, truck drivers, whatever. How is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, and the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
We're just asking for the top of the hour ad break.
Teachers, nurses, truck drivers, whatever. How is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, and the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, and the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want. And I ask you out there, teachers.
Okay. It's clear the world saw it on the debate stage weeks ago. Nearly an 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need at the moment. Yeah, I guess that was... See, the thing is, the clips kind of matter more. Whoever said this wasn't going to matter,
A few weeks ago,
what they're talking about is that this is going to have lower ratings.
about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment.
Okay, same.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place.
Oh no, not the music.
They were before because of Donald Trump.
The music is bad. You know, sometimes, chat, you get copyright struck for the music.
The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws.
It was such a short break.
Ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartels. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in.
This is such a weird format.
Surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And
The guns are not coming from outside the country, yeah.
here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that worked. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting, and I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said, actually, about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse, or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have—
Oh my God, here we go. It's an urban problem.
put them away, and take gun offenders.
No, there's no crime in
A whole host of things
middle America.
but I do think
It's only in big cities, right?
security.
Senator, thank you.
Fucking liar.
Assault weapons ban, but it's only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA,
What?
NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach
What?
safety. I'm of an age where
Did he just say I've become friends with school shooters?
practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is talking about cities and where it's at. The number one
I feel like you're on the stage with one.
firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues. Making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns, and there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we
Somebody give Waltz some Ritalin, yeah.
folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the Vice President is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, one of the, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign,
Waltz is funny. So that was a good
federal lands to build homes, remove
that was a good rant.
provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say.
You know, what's funny is that this doesn't seem to be as blood sports as the presidential debates.
What part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief?
Like, nobody's even going for a knockout, even though Waltz
We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices.
Waltz started off rocky.
Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have
Ooh.
massive
Chat, they both have the double Windsor
Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of
They're both rocking the conservative
think are halfway decent. And
way of tying a tie.
most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream.
Yeah, most of the pointed rhetoric is actually directed at the presidential candidates rather than at each other. Now, this hasn't always been true with vice presidential debates. There have been some
One of the biggest drivers of housing
zingers throughout the years.
Think about it. If a truck driver's paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we
As opposed to Tucker's bow tie.
you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where, yeah. Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But Senator, where are you going to see?
Can I have it?
Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing.
What is this?
We should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of
That's wild. So they have a certain amount of time,
that need homes. We should be
and if he ends early,
who are competing
they don't just
and we should
move
be
on.
building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in.
Well, of course, that's not
migrants,
true. And again,
that
you
it's
have the
affecting
facts. I
housing
guess we
prices.
agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution.
Okay, so people were wondering about this, right?
Are we going to
There is no fact check from the moderator.
federal lands? These are really important pieces of
And people thought that maybe Walz would mention that in the very beginning. Obviously, that's a bad idea because it makes him sound like he's complaining.
Minneapolis, for example.
He got it in
The issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue.
in a way that doesn't seem
Worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks
grating.
and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still
Probably says there are two far right candidates on stage, but Walz is the least scary of the right wing cult members. The other dude is just
Governor, your time.
a navigation.
But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify, there are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that, that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing
So yeah, Walz is definitely more likable, but he started off super rocky.
Former President Trump was asked about
Very nervous, very obviously nervous.
response, response, he said, I have concepts
J.D.
of
Vance
a plan.
just,
Since then, Senator, you've talked about
he's standing there like reptilian. He's
insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing
Now,
conditions won't pay?
I will grant that my sense of who's charismatic and who's not is different than, right? Some Americans obviously think Donald Trump is charismatic. I don't see it. People vote for Ted Cruz. I don't see that. But yeah, I would put Santorum alongside, Vance, alongside like Santorum and Cruz and DeSantis, DeSanctimonious.
Common sense. I think it's Tim Walz knows from 12 years.
Very, very unlikable.
Propose a 900-page bill.
But he's doing the job.
It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency.
So Vance is writing stuff down.
Buy something and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will
See what he does with this.
consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done, but when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to. Go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you.
Now, please also point out that he said repeal and replace, but when he was asked about what his plan was, he said, I have concepts of a plan. Right? That's proof that there was nothing to replace it with.
With Medicare, we have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked.
Yep, there we go. There we go. Thank you.
Because my kids would have.
Thank you.
That. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time.
Okay, he's cooking. He's cooking.
If you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to
John McCain glazing.
function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to...
He's writing stuff down. I don't know. Does he have a chance to reply?
Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher, and he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results.
I just hate how the Republicans are never going to have to pay the price, and Trump will never have to pay the price. COVID is endemic because of Trump.
It's higher now.
Because of his mismanagement of that crisis. We're going to have COVID forever.
And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens is...
Like, nobody blames him for that fuck up.
I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people...
It's so weird. He's so much more likable, and yet he's fucked up in this debate so much already.
Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret.
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret.
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans setting out...
It still exists in other countries.
Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing. But
have you seen the rates?
We in Minnesota,
right? You actually can't estimate the rates because they've stopped testing. But you can estimate based on the particles of the disease that wind up in the sewer around how many people are infected, and we are near peak levels.
So Kamala Harris has made...
You can thank Donald Trump for that.
And we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue. Those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it,
it's like the guy wants to take credit for everything, and yet he takes accountability for nothing. This country went to fucking hell under him.
Because you've got no protection on that.
And the fact that it still hasn't come back yet is now being blamed on Kamala Harris. That's fucked up. That's madness.
Bust those unions up. Do whatever. What we're saying is the economy...
Even Waluigi says that's madness.
...for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business. And
oh, crap. Are we almost done with this thing?
We were able to do it in Minnesota.
It's 90 minutes.
We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this.
I think we're kind of close to the end. It doesn't feel like it, though.
And help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid
I
family.
gotta say, this is the weirdest debate I've covered all year. And that includes the Biden one.
Young families and especially young women. I think
It's strangely friendly.
a lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of childcare model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with.
There we go.
Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide childcare in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these.
Is this some kind of like
We want to promote choice.
charter school for
Family care and how we promote childcare.
childcare?
It is unacceptable.
Is that what he's proposing? That's what it sounds like.
Been on the campaign trail a lot.
If you don't know, charter schools have and vouchers have harmed education in this country
Options.
in a pretty serious way.
Going to work or taking care for their kids, that is an incredible burden to put on.
Like those programs have been huge failures.
Heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump...
But you know what's a lot less expensive?
$1,000 per child tax credit.
Getting yourself a sub on Twitch.
1 minute.
Well, what President
And
Trump
you have 5 minutes to do that before there will be another 3-minute ad break on Twitch, which will take you away. And you'll miss part of the stream.
countries
You
who
can get out of it for free with a Prime sub. You can get out of it for $6 by buying yourself a sub. Or you can get out of it for free if somebody's nice enough to give you a gift sub, which can happen, which does happen, but is way more likely to happen if you're actually active in the chat. So get active. Twitch.
shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the
Get freaking active.
What President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, childcare options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
So now I'm not sure if this is right, but it looks like there's 3 minutes left. Could that be true?
As I said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very.
Brandon, I have to talk over the debate.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has...
That's what makes it transformative content.
Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
What do you want me to sniper this? You want me to sniper wolf this stuff, Brandon?
This is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that plays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance or
Brandon.
I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is the question.
Yeah, this thing is way too friendly. I don't know what to do with this debate.
That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is Those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to business,
He's kind of like a friendly gnome.
sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy's growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional.
Yo.
Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president, Donald Trump left the White House, and now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship.
It's the threat of the top of the hour ad break. Just coming right at you. You're staring it in the face.
Technology companies silencing their fellow citizens, and it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues, and that to me is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
It's so weird to hear Republicans talk about peaceful protesters after that became a oxymoron.
Me too, man.
When it's protests they don't like.
This one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this.
You know where Vance is going to take this, right? You know what Vance is going to do with this. It's really like, oh, who's talking about imprisoning their opponents?
Being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret?
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders.
I knew it. I called it. I called it.
When he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th.
Oh my God.
In this country.
What, because he didn't claw the furniture on his way out?
And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers.
He brought documents with him that he wasn't supposed to.
He wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement, but this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020?
Ooh.
Tim, I'm focused on the future.
Oh, you're not going to answer the question.
From speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation.
That is a damning non-answer.
Has she?
Yo, okay, there we go. I said there was no.
Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020.
There were no knockdowns.
I'm happy to talk about it.
There's a knockdown. You're not. No. This guy's never been willing to say that if he was in Mike Pence's place, he would have done the same thing. He said the opposite.
To misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook.
Fire in a crowded theater is lying about a fucking disease that's out there killing people. Yes, that's fire in a crowded theater.
Of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this, I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back.
Okay.
Candidates, the CBS News Vice President.
So now I was told this was going to be 90 minutes, and I feel like it's already. Oh my God! Not the music. Mute. Yeah, the music's more deadly than than trying to watch this debate. In terms of getting in trouble. on YouTube, so we're trying to stay out of trouble. We don't need music that might be licensed to CBS, but not to me. That's a bad thing. So let's see. Fact check. Yeah, we've probably seen this one. This is just about.
Governor, and just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large.
So we're taking a look and seeing what people are talking about on Twitter.
Temporary protected
Well,
status. Nora?
Margaret, but
Thank you.
Senator, we have so much to get to.
Margaret,
Thank you,
I think it's
Nora.
important
We're
because
gonna turn now to the
debate-
economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that
The
you guys
economy,
weren't going to
we're-
fact check, and
The rules were that you guys were gonna fact check. Oh, great catch by Kamala HQ.
want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What
Yeah, they're all over this thing.
actually led to more energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas. What would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy.
Okay, so let's take a look at this, right? Manufacturing under Trump versus Biden. Like, look, there's a little rise. There's a little rise, then it goes back down, right? Into 2020. Understandable. And look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Yeah, you can't even compare that. You can't even compare that. They want to talk about manufacturing? Who's got results, right? Trump has had 4 years. These are them. Biden has also had 4 years. These are them. Yeah, the
Possible in the United States.
Kamala HQ is cooking tonight. Literally none of our solar panels are coming from China. Goddamn, I knew there was something sus about that, right? Remember he said, Walz was like, our solar panels are made right here in Minnesota. And he was like, no, not all of the solar panels. And you know, if we like, they're making this bullshit thing where they use your ignorance of like the contribution from shipping, I guess, to carbon emissions, right? So he's like, imagine maybe carbon emissions are real, which, you know, obviously he doesn't believe that. None of the Republicans believe that, but he's trying to present himself as moderate here. So, I mean, this is his job, is to be the neo-reactionary and moderates clothing on that stage. But he's proposing the idea that, like, well, you know, if you really want to be good for the environment, then you got to do all of your industrial manufacturing in the United States, and then we're going to save so much carbon from not having to ship things. And it's just protectionism dressed up as if that was some kind of environmental good, when it's not. When these fuckers, like, you know, they're the ones that are, and look, the Democrats aren't great on it either, right? The Democrats come back with, we're pumping more oil, we're pumping more gas, we're pumping more energy than we ever have before. That's true. That's true. They have not made the transition to renewable energy. So both parties are kind of bad, but obviously one's worse than the other. And you got every reason to weaponize your vote and deny Trump another 4 years based on that.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio.
Okay, there's the fact check thing again. It's this.
Governor, and just to clarify.
Yep, same thing. So far, I don't see, like, bad clips going around. I do see some people out there fact-checking. Look at these fact-checkers. Look at these fact-checkers dutifully fact-checking over here. Wow.
Temporary protected
Well,
status.
Margaret,
Nora?
but
Thank
Same.
you.
Senator, we have so much to get.
We've seen that. God, this fact check thing is okay. Well, anyway, let's see. Winning with Walz. What do we got? Fact check. Rallying Trump's VP. Shapiro, Americans Hitler. Tampon Tim. Classy. Iran. John McCain. John McCain got mentioned. Yeah. What school shooters? That moment. Is there anything here? JD Vance is an idiot if he wants to be Trump's VP. I mean, The thing is, he's willing to do the thing that
We don't want
Pence
to blame
wouldn't.
immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this
Pass the
country,
bill.
which does drive up cost, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office.
Oh crap! I think we got to go back, don't we? It's on again. It's on. Oh my God.
Resonate with me. He said Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions.
These must be the...
She's centering you at the heart of that, all the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to...
Okay, so credit to Vance. He did a better job at sticking to points that are actually, that resonate, points that could help him, right?
Long enough to do what Kamala Harris
There was no baiting going on. He didn't go down, he didn't jump down any rabbit holes. He didn't get overly defensive.
She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world.
Getting more Trumpian.
To achieve
Getting Trumpy.
Full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
Maybe that's for the best. All right, let's see what Tim Walz said while I was looking at other things. Wait, when did this happen? Oh, there's...
And now,
Walz was too wordy, and it was hard to tell what the takeaway was. Yeah. I mean, they were both kind of like that. Like, it just, like, Vance did an adequate job explaining stuff, but he has the problem of being JD Vance. Walz is very charismatic, very likable, very relatable, but yeah, kind of fucked it up, at least in the beginning.
Thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, The support of the democracy matters.
What time is it now? It's like 11,
I'm as surprised
almost 11 on the East Coast.
coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift.
Ooh, ooh, it burns. It burns.
Optimistic people.
Yeah, optimistic Dick Cheney.
And one where our politics can be
He should be optimistic. The military-industrial complex is doing great.
better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And
Oh no, this is depressing.
not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage, and then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with.
What's the American carnage thing? I don't get it.
Down that road.
Yeah, Tim Walz is a little bit.
Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear.
You kind of have to explain that. He's right.
Bringing us a new way.
JD Vance did say this,
Politics of
but
She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All
you kind of have to walk people through the fact that JD Vance was against Donald Trump before he was for him.
a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November.
Yeah, he's really likable. He's really likable. And he, like, here's my analysis, right? Maybe this is just me being like, oh, Waltz. Maybe I'm charmed by Waltz's charisma. All right. I think that the stuff that he had to start off talking about on Israel, I think there's something that he doesn't believe in there, and he had to say that shit because that's the route the Harris administration is going to be taking. Carnage was a word Trump used in his inaugural address. In what context? Thanks, Redmond Barry. Thank you for adding that. Yeah, I didn't remember that. Miller wrote American carnage as part of Trump's inauguration speech. Wait, what was he saying was the carnage? Like deindustrialization? Can I ask, would it have made sense to attack Vance? I'm asking in terms of the optics because Vance was being cordial for the most part. Yeah, I mean, his fire was all directed at Kamala. Would Walz have looked worse if he had pounced? He was in no position to pounce. I don't think it's even a thing. I don't even think it's a possibility. I don't think he has the ability. Look, the guy can attack somebody in a speech, but he can't attack somebody on stage. He can't. He has trouble. When he gets thrown. No, he should have known that the first question was going to be about Israel. But honestly, I'm wondering if it might be. It felt like some of those words were choking in his throat. Chat, I might be overly like extending grace to somebody who doesn't deserve it. He's probably part of that same Democratic establishment as everyone else. Barry Linden in the chat was based refers to how American industry was eviscerated. That's what I figured. Okay, and so that's what the other thing meant as well. But yeah, there we go. That is your vice presidential debate. As far as I can tell, I think the people that say that this isn't going to make that much of a difference are right. I didn't think that Tim Walz did a good job. I thought that JD Vance was adequate. In fact, let me say it this way. JD Vance beat my expectations because my expectation was that a lot more of his unlikability was going to come out on stage. And he just he was just there giving a speech. And he did okay. So, if I had to say who won, who lost, JD Vance won. Tim Walz lost. But I'm not sure how many people watch this. I'm not sure how many people are going to care. I think that the thing that is going to have the biggest reach because of the low ratings for a vice presidential debate is going to be clips. It's going to be what clips get made. And so far, I have seen more clips that look bad for JD Vance. So I don't know. Does it somehow flip do they flip positions? And there's JD Vance. This is his favorite part.
Honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver.
So yeah, this was a good moment for him.
Which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens.
Also, Tim's face when he's looking at Vance. Remember how Kamala did this to Trump and it worked?
Not be able to afford the things that you need to afford.
It's not working for Walz. He looks nervous. He looks concerned. He looks troubled.
Economic principles. Honestly, Tim,
yeah.
I think you got a tough job here because you've got to play whack.
Okay, so that's the Trump's VP. What else? JD Vance is trending. I mean, of course. There we go, chat. JD Vance getting prepped.
This is one that we are miles apart.
This is Krasenstein.
This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose.
I must be rich.
Did he lose the 2020
election? Oh my God, Ivan, I hope so.
Future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020?
Look, I'm not rich right now, but you can make me rich.
That is a damning non-answer.
With a super chat.
Talk about censorship.
This is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen, and it manifested.
What is the Onion saying? JD Vance claims Haitian immigrants coming into this country to make him look stupid. Oh, the Onion. Here's the abortion question.
Let me ask you about that. He mentioned, it was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban.
I certainly would like abortion to be illegal nationally.
Senator, let me ask.
Okay. Now this is gonna look bad for. I found something bad for Vance. All right, this one's gonna look bad. For Walz.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Yeah, there was a big non-answer before this.
In 2016, you called your run. Governor,
let's see if we can find that. They'll probably show that here.
Governor, just to follow up.
Oh, no, that's the follow-up. So that's where he says, I misspoke.
So I've become friends with school shooters.
Oh God, that's the school shooters thing. I said this. I noticed this, right? And I was like, that's not right. I've become friends with school shooters. Yeah, he also misspoke there. I've become friends with school shooters. They're fucking cool people. I mean, they're really edgy, but there are a lot of laughs. I don't know.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in.
Same thing. I just want to hear the, I don't know. The whole exchange was bad. Oh, here we go.
Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August
kind of don't think people care about this that much, though.
That discrepancy? You have 2
Yeah,
minutes.
well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the
Wait, what?
street lights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take...
I mean, here's the thing, right? It's not good. He didn't answer the question. He's asked a direct question. He takes, I don't know, it's like 2 minutes and doesn't really give an answer. Then he's pressed on it. Like, so what about the thing where you said you were in there during Tiananmen Square? And he's like, oh yeah, no, I misspoke on that. That was my bad. That was my bad, dog. That was my bad. No, like, yeah, no, I didn't say that right. I mean, but then again, at the same time, this is something that, unless you're some kind of, I don't know, you got a special hate boner for China, right? This is not going to stand out. Some people do have a special hate boner for China, and it always involves Tiananmen Square. Strange.
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
You know what happened there, chat? Do you know what happened in Tiananmen Square? Do we need to go over that really quick? Let's see if we can find a video of our good friend, Mr. Tankman. Mr. Tankman. That's not how the song goes, by the way. I just made that up. No, I didn't make it up. I stole it from somewhere. Tankman. Let's find Tankman. What happened in Tiananmen Square? Now, the whole thing that I gotta be careful of is, can I find the whole clip? It's hard to find the whole clip. Okay, I mean, like, this is better than nothing.
One man alone, of course.
All right, so this is Tankman, right? Whoops, you're not supposed to see that part. You know what, chat? You're supposed to see this part.
He walked to the middle and stood there.
All right, so the tanks are leaving Tiananmen Square. He walks in front of one and he stands there, right? And I always thought that the part that I didn't see was this guy getting run over and ground into a freaking hamburger by that tank. But it turns out what actually happens next? Oh, look. He gets on the tank and he has a conversation with the soldier. It's really hard to know what's actually going on here because Tiananmen Square was not as simple as they made it sound. There were a lot of factions in China that were dissatisfied with the government, with the Dengist government. And, from anywhere from Marxists that thought that Deng had gotten away from Maoists that thought that Deng had gotten away from Maoism to, these student protesters, right? There was a lot of different people there, so it's hard to really know which faction Tankman was from. But yeah, no, he didn't get run over there. I always thought he did. I was taught that he did until I found out. But yeah, this is June 5th, 1989. So yeah, that's Tiananmen Square. That's why if you're super Oh no. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. That's not a good look, Tim Walz.
Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually did.
So the truth of the matter is that there were deaths in the protest, but to frame it, the deaths as being in Tiananmen Square is a little bit disingenuous, right? Tiananmen Square is a closed-in area, and so any kind of action of the Chinese military against the people in that square would have been like shooting fish in a barrel. And there was violence. There was violence during the protest, but it didn't happen in Tiananmen Square. The idea of, you know, people being mowed down or run over with tanks or whatever in Tiananmen Square, that part is ahistorical, but you don't hear that stuff. Okay, the Friends with School Shooters. See, he's an interesting guy. He took his class to China. Oh my God, what is this? Admitting he misspoke is far preferable to Senator Vance spewing bullshit about immigrants and refusing to acknowledge that he's lying. Anyway, I just want to see what else we might be seeing as far as clips go. And Twitter is definitely the place to look for that. CNN, wait.
How is that not violent rhetoric?
We have to acknowledge.
How is that not violent rhetoric?
We have to acknowledge the reality going on in every city in America.
Not answering the question.
Crime is
Not answering the question.
That is answering the question.
How
Because
is
the reality in America, hold on, Keith, the reality in America is that crime is massively up.
Crime is not massively
Yes,
up.
it
That's
is.
a lie.
You can bang the table all you want, but
You're
that's not
lying,
true,
Congressman.
man.
You're lying.
We already know that there are cities.
The FBI just released data this week that crime is going down.
We already know that.
Oh my God! Why do you, Abby? Why do you let this man lie on your national television
I'm not lying.
like
I'm
this?
telling you the
This
exact
is
truth.
not right.
You may not
You're a
want.
liar,
You may not.
Congressman.
No, I'm
You're
not.
lying.
Because you're lying to the American people now. And so I want to be respectful of what you're trying to say.
Hang on a second.
Go ahead.
Anyway, sorry. I just had to know what the liar thing. I think that's what the liar thing is about. Donald Trump is a liar.
It's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. It's really rich for.
This is, yeah, that I gave him credit for that being, like, you know, true on a literal level. He didn't like claw the furniture and have to be dragged out of the White House at the end of it all. But no, he absolutely did try to stay despite having lost. But that's what he's giving Trump credit for. He's like, Donald Trump, in fact, did not chain himself to the Resolute desk. No, that's true. That's true. Okay, so this is not going to be a clip. We got school shooters, Shapiro. What's going on with Shapiro? I don't think this has to do with... Oh my God, there's so many weird things on Twitter. Pennsylvania governor perfectly explained why Trump is unfit for office on Fox News. I know this won't be a shock. I don't think Donald Trump is a serious person. I mean, that is true. That is true. So Shapiro, liar, fact check, we've checked. Classy. What's classy about?
From Iran, but also, do you believe that you should have been tougher on Iran after they?
So we're gonna have to look at some of this Donald Trump stuff. Yeah, Milwaukee. He made a speech today.
In Iraq, leaving more than 100 U.S. soldiers.
We also need to catch up with what's going on in Israel.
Injured means you mean because they had a headache, because the bombs never hit the fort. So just so you understand, there was nobody ever tougher in Iraq. They had no money with me. They would have made any deal with me. I would have had a deal made within, literally, I would have had a deal made within 1 week after the election.
Attacks from Iran, but also, do you believe that you should have been tougher on Iran after soldiers injured?
So, first of all, injured. What does injured mean? Injured means you mean because they had a headache, because the...
Okay, so that's what people are pointing to. Classy, classy. Oh no. What in the fuck is this Trump supporter? No, they're mooning people. That's not classy. That's not classy. We can't have that, chat. That might be TOS-y. I didn't see any starfish, so I think we're okay. Fact check, classy. America's Hitler. That's something that Vance said about Trump. Moderators. What are people saying about the moderators? What is this?
So we moved to LA.
Oh, okay. What? Moderator, in 2017, you called Trump America's Hitler. What changed? And then this is what people are posting as the as JD Vance's response. Kept interrupting the moderators. Okay, I got it. Vance rambles, moderator.
The economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, childcare options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the childcare shortage?
That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, childcare options.
Okay, we got to see what this is.
Workable for a lot of American families.
What's the deal with the... No, pause. Pause.
Childcare shortage?
That's the heart.
Yeah, what were you even talking about? He is bad. Oh no, chat. There's big pixels in this picture, which means that this Trump is anatomically correct. What the fuck is this about? Well, I get back to chat and see what's going on over there. What's up, chat? We got to see what this, I don't know what this is about. I got to look this up.
The latest Democrat attempt to inspire political violence against Donald Trump. And this one is a big one. 43 feet tall, actually. Take a look. We're going to start zoomed in on this absolutely massive naked statue of Donald Trump in marionette form. Marionettes don't get as much play as they used to in our culture, but I enjoy them. But anyway, that's hanging out outside Las Vegas, pretty far outside Las Vegas, admittedly, but it's a 43-foot tall, totally nude, and I'm going to say probably pretty accurate statue of Donald Trump. Now, we're going to show you this art because we care about art here on TDR, but understand that
why would anyone make anything like this?
Not happy about this at all for reasons that will become abundantly clear.
Well, they sure as fuck shared Hunter's dick pics.
As more of the nude statue becomes abundantly clear. Let's move to this next image. We have pixelated.
So yeah, it's pixelated.
For your safety, the image I'm looking at in my rundown is not pixelated, and
ew,
unsee certain things.
Ew.
Indeed, a nude Trump, and then you can see here. Now it's a marionette. Some people will see this imagery as if he was hung, like an execution, not the other
kind.
Obviously, but
oh, that's why Republicans are mad. I thought they were just mad because he's naked and they don't want to stare at the naked emperor. Okay, so that's what's going on with that.
That's how it is. It is a marionette. You can see his strings, as Pinocchio would say, or whatever. And there's one.
Are we 5? I mean, good question, Sarah.
Image shot from below, which if you're gonna shoot this statue, don't shoot it from below would be my advice based on the image that I am seeing. But anyway, this is an art installation. It weighs about 6,000 pounds. It's made of foam and rebar. 6,000 pounds of foam and rebar. It is titled Crooked and Obscene.
Oh, crap.
And is expected to travel from outside of Las Vegas to other areas. In fact, as of
it's on tour.
It appears that it has been moved, maybe destroyed. Maybe we'll find out. But people in the Las Vegas area at MAGA were mad. We'll see if it does survive and makes it to other cities. And we don't have the actual details on what the tour is going to look like. I'm sure it'll be angering people there too.
A storm is terrible.
All right, well, that's about, I don't know what else you could say about the giant right-wing statue of Trump naked. other than it's something that I never asked to see. Just like you never asked to see the top of the hour ad break, which is the ad break, the reoccurring ad break that happens every hour on the hour, and is scheduled to happen again in like 15 minutes on Twitch. If you want to not see that ad break, you could do so for free with the Twitch Prime. You can do so for $6 with $6, or you could do so also for free if you are lucky enough to be gifted a sub, which can happen and does happen, but is more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. What have we got going on tonight? We do have the potential to get bonus content. I don't know if I would say the prognosis is really good at the moment, but our dono goal is at 8%. That is something. We've got Tim Pool Doesn't Know Skateboarding Part 2. We've got Hypno Ponies. That's right. Get hypnotized, become a pony, earn prizes. And we've got Let's Check the Polls, in which I check the polls for you and tell you what state the race is in. It's changed. Want to know how? Choose Let's Check the Polls. We also have John Doyle is back, because John Doyle is in fact back. And when you donate to me, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see next. Also vote for them, right? The poll is open right now on the main YouTube stream, on the full scale stream. And what's winning? Tim Pool is winning. That's who's winning. Tim Pool at 48%, Hypno Ponies at 21%, John Doyle at 17%. Let's check the polls at only 14%. But it doesn't matter if we don't hit that dono goal, which we are now 92% away from. So yeah, anything that you do that's a donation, whether it be a super chat, super sticker, you got yourself a membership, you give memberships to other people. Whether you support me on Patreon and sign up there, or support me on Throne and donate over there, or anything you do on Twitch as far as getting yourself a sub or gifting subs to others, right? Bits work as well. So yeah, thank you to those who have donated, and appreciate the content that you're getting, and appreciate the fact, chat, I turned down a debate with President Sunday to be here. And Sunday made fun of me because he said I would do better for myself by talking to him and totally, like, what would you call it? Like, flaking on you. I would have flaked on you. I would have flaked on you to talk to President Sunday. And I just couldn't do it because I'm like, we're doing politics. That's what we're talking about. We're also going to deal with Sunday and deal with all that bullshit and deal with his obsession with Tyler, which is still going on. But we got to talk about politics when politics is relevant, and it sure as fuck is relevant right now. There's a lot going on in the world right now. And so as much as I would love to have a conversation with President Sunday, 4 beers into a bender, 4 beers into a binge, right? I said, sorry, Sunday, my chat comes first. So hopefully you all appreciate that. I'm going to be dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Is that like the Pinkie Pie thing? I don't know my little ponies that well. I should. The genitals should not be visible. If it's accurate, oh my God. True, so true. Anyway, let's check in and see, speaking of Trump, what is he up to? What is Trump doing right now? Okay, so we got the Wisconsin thing. See what's going on here.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor to be here. We're working very hard in this state. We're leading in the state. And
what polls are you checking?
with Tommy's help, we're going to win this state, and with everyone.
Look, I'll show you the polls if we end up picking them, right? That's one of your bonus topics tonight, right? I'm not going to give you that for free, but if we hit the bonus goal tonight, then yeah, we'll cover the polls. And he's wrong that he's winning in Wisconsin. However, the polls have shifted, and it's, you know, we'll find out if we find out.
Else's help also. We're going to win it. We won it once. We had great primaries here, and we think we did really fantastically another time. but we think we're going to win it very big.
What is that? The way that he like claims that he that's what he's calling 2020. Well, we did really fantastically that time.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
I guess this is what they've trained him to say instead of either accidentally admitting to losing in 2020 or denying that he lost. I guess this is what they've got him saying.
Tremendous enthusiasm. We've never had the enthusiasm that we have right now. So I just want to thank Governor Thompson, and thanks as well to Congressman Brian Stile. Thank you very much, Brian, for the job. Appreciate it. And everyone else for being here today.
Narwhal by Nature with the 10 gift subs in shorts. Yo, shorts people, consider yourselves lucky. Oak, you just got weaseled. Your mom, you just got weaseled. Davy Cliff, you just got weaseled. Disco Wolf, you just got weaseled. Soapy, you just got weaseled. Holly Shanae, you just got weaseled. Benny Julius, you just got weaseled. Glenn Sutherland, you just got weaseled. Tuss Lime, you just got weaseled. Derek Weinberger, you got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Thank you, Narwhal by Nature, for the 10 gift subs. Putting us,
Very impressive looking group of
well on our way.
This is largely a press conference. This is a big press conference. I was surprised.
At 38%.
Were they clapping? Because I was very impressive. No, I was impressed, actually. But
Leo says dodged, yeah.
a lot of respect. We have to be together. Before we begin, I want to send our love to the millions of people who are still suffering from the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Yesterday, I was in Georgia to survey.
Okay, should I just pause this while John Doyle, s'il vous plaît, John Doyle, say ça.
The terrible damage from the storm. It was terrible. And Georgia was hit very, very.
This is gonna make a few more noises, isn't it? I do need to get chat. I've been thinking about this, all right? I probably need to change my sounds. I probably need to change my alerts. I like having them. I like acknowledging them. And I like having a sound play when something like that happens. But for this sort of thing, it's going to have to be something a little bit more like in the background. Like I'm going to have to get like it'll be a pleasant sound, okay? We have some cool sounds, but like they most of the sounds either take too long or they're too loud. And we gotta make that better. But yeah, thank you, Narwhal by Nature. And I have added your donation as a percentage to John Doyle. So John Doyle is way up.
Very hard. They're doing a great job. Governor's doing a great job. Everybody, they're all working together. And, we helped them out a little bit. In North Carolina, the biggest.
Thank you, Leo.
Seems to be like zero communication. The poles are all down. The wires are all down. And they asked me whether or not I could help with Starlink. It's another genius.
Yeah, I'll just call up Elon. What the fuck? Okay, now here's the deal. Here's the deal. Trump has been... He's in Wisconsin here, but he did pop up somewhere in one of the states affected by the hurricane, despite the fact that the mayors and the governors there have asked presidential candidates not to go there. Right? It's a very obvious like press, opportunity. And there's so much going on, and it's so hard to manage already that having a presidential candidate in the area is actually not helpful. But this dude will, that's never stopped him before.
Concept of Elon Musk. And I called Elon, and they were having a hard time getting it. It's a hot thing. And Elon immediately got involved. And we have the most incredible that they did in one day. They got tremendous communication. They went from literally no communication to tremendous. So I want to thank Elon Musk for what he's done in North Carolina. A little bit help in Georgia, too. We had some areas that had a hard time.
Yeah, it looks like we're at 41% as far as the dono goal goes. Remember,
confident in doing. He likes.
Remember, when you donate, you can let me know in chat which of these topics. Tim Pool doesn't know skateboarding, hypno ponies, let's check the polls, or John Doyle is back. Which of these topics you want to see as your bonus content, and I'll actually add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus putting your money where your mouth is.
Satellites, he likes rocket ships, satellites, and there's nobody better. He's something. He's a piece of work, I'll tell you.
He's a piece of something. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but he had it done in about 15 seconds. He said, look, it goes right up to the satellite. It's already back down. And they had so much, they had such great communication so rapidly. It's incredible, actually. And the situation in western North Carolina is very catastrophic, very bad. And they don't even realize the extent of it yet. A lot of people are missing. But we're going to be working with them, with North Carolina. Great people, great state. And we're working very hard with them to make sure that that it works out as well as it can.
Can we see videos of kittens instead?
Amazingly, this is one of the biggest
kittens
hurricanes anyone's ever seen. It's late in the season, very unusual. I guess the water.
That's a good idea.
20 feet high, and nobody expects that. People go up to their house and they think they're safe on the second floor, and they weren't safe. This was one of the, they call it the waterfalls. This was one of the biggest they've ever seen. So it's too bad. Very late in the season, too. You almost don't even think of it as hurricane season. Our hearts break for every family that has lost a home, and they've lost so much. They've lost everything in many cases. A lot of people don't have insurance, and we have to come together as neighbors and friends and fellow citizens to support those in need, and there's a lot of those in need right now. Unfortunately, I look forward to being back in North Carolina and Georgia very soon, and also Tennessee and Alabama. We had some big damage, but North Carolina was really hit. So we're going to work with them very hard and hopefully help them. We're here today to talk about how we're going to rescue American families from the nightmare of the Harris-Biden administration and launch a new generation of golden age for America. You know what's going on with the schools in our country. Not a good situation. Since Kamala Harris cast the deciding votes on the bills that caused the worst inflation in American history by far, by the way. Higher prices, of course, the typical American family over $29,000. And you're continuing to pay $1,100 every single month, more than you were doing before. Nobody can afford that. Even if you get a salary increase, it's nothing compared to the kind of numbers you're talking about. Inflation is devastation. Inflation is country busting. It breaks countries. Look at Germany from centuries ago. Look at other countries, whether it's centuries ago or decades ago. Any country that goes through inflation, and we went through a really bad period. We're the worst in our history. 8.4 million Americans are now working second jobs, the highest in more than 38 years. And you now have to make $111,000 a year. That's a lot of money to afford an average home. A 46% increase in...
Okay, look, this shit is unforgivable, all right?
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. He has lost all his riz.
Trump has lost his riz? He does seem a little rizless right now. I mean, at least he's talking about shit that matters to people, but he does seem a little bit rizless. No, but what pisses me off is this. The fact that JD Vance and Trump can appeal to the material conditions of the American people, and not just in a Reagan-esque way of like, we're going to put the power of capitalism to work for you by lowering taxes, and we're really lowering taxes for billionaires, but don't worry, that'll cause the billionaires who will just piss money all over you, right? It's not even that side. It's like him actually, like JD Vance and Trump, like are like, Americans, you're hurting. You know, it's costing you too much for this. It's costing you too much for that. That's true. That's true. And the fact that the Democrats have done so little relative to history, relative to what the economic policies were under the New Deal consensus, right? It has given the Republicans a chance to try to flank them on that issue. And look, they're not going to do shit for the average American. They're just going to fucking be like, oh, we feel your pain. I mean, this is Bill Clinton. We feel your pain all over again. What are you going to do about it, though? What program, what government program are you going to implement so that it is easier for me to get a house. What government, right, that's, and actually the Harris administration has some of that. But the fact that they are so used to just towing the line of like, we're going to be responsible with the deficit, it just puts the Democrats on their back feet, and it doesn't need to be that. And historically, this is not how the parties have worked. But thank you for the super chat, Davy.
6% higher, and that's not even including the cost of.
He is Rizless.
Went from 2% to.
And we are at 51%.
And you can't get the money at 11%, so it's not 11; it's a lot higher than that. With her colossal big government negotiations, Kamala Harris, who destroyed San Francisco.
Davy says Reagan neutered the Democrats so hard.
And destroyed California. San Francisco is the best city in the country 18, 19 years ago. Bob Tisch, a friend of mine from Lowe's, many of you know Bob Tisch, he said it was the best city in the country. He was a businessman that had holdings all over. He said San Francisco was the best. He wouldn't believe it. He passed away a number of years ago, but he wouldn't believe what's happened to it. And he's also added an
text. Tara 4M says no tax on overtime.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
How about you get paid more for overtime? How about it? How about you get paid more? How about you get a bigger piece of the pie of what you're building for your boss, instead of your boss fleecing you every single time and then getting charged too much when you go to the grocery store, getting charged too much for your apartment. How about that? You got to think bigger. Tara, you got to think bigger. Now, like you just said, no tax for overtime, and that is indeed apparently one of the policies that Trump is floating around. However, have you heard how he talks about overtime and not liking to pay overtime? Are you sure there's gonna be overtime pay under Trump? Right? Like, look with who you're dealing with. With who you're dealing with, right? With the avatar for privilege and capitalism, you may very well get overtime taken away, as in you no longer get paid time and a half for overtime. Right? This is a guy that does not like to pay his employees overtime. Right? He's not on the side of a better, easier life for workers, right? He'll say all these things, but what's he actually going to do? What's he ever done besides cut taxes for billionaires and millionaires?
That's right. It's $6,300 a year in regulatory costs onto the backs of every American family. So Kamala Harris has done this, and she's done it at a level like nobody's ever seen, with the help of Joe Biden, but I'm not sure Joe was involved, because I'm not sure he was involved.
No, he wasn't involved. That's right. He's only the president. I'm sorry. It was Kamala Harris bamboozling him into some kind of, she just like cast a spell on him. It's like, Joe, she's using him like a puppet. That's right. It's Marionette Biden with Kamala pulling the strings, right? Based on nothing.
Than anything, to be honest with you. Now Kamala is coming back for more. So she ruins San Francisco. She ruins the state of California. And now she's coming back to destroy the United States of America, but we're not going to let it happen. As you know,
dude doesn't even pay his lawyers, says Davy. Yeah, no, this guy shorts everybody. This guy stiffs everybody.
She's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist.
Like if Donald Trump ever makes a deal with you and says, "Hey, look, I'll pay you half up front and the other half after you get the job done," don't accept it. You'll never get that second half. He does this to so many people.
Who nobody has spoken to. I'd love to talk to him. I would be interested in talking to him, actually. But we can't let this happen. We were way up on Biden, 21 points up on Biden after the debate. And they had a coup.
Is he splitting truths now? Is he spitting truths now, Joel? Complaining about the fact that he cannot run his campaign against a human corpse named Joe Biden. Is that spitting facts, coping, and seething that his opponent is Kamala Harris and that she's beating him? And that he's fucking Rizless?
They told him, you're not going to run. And he's not a happy man. He's pretending he's happy, but they took him out. He had 14.
No, you're not happy. You're not. He's made fucking peace with it. You haven't. You are a sad, pathetic old man, Donald.
Million votes. She had no votes. She was the first one that got broken in the primaries. She never made it to Iowa. She was the first one out. And now she's...
You were better off under Trump. You were better off before COVID, dumbass. Have you not figured this out yet? You were better off before COVID. That's true. That's true. That's what you're thinking of, and you're getting tricked into thinking it's Trump. It's Trump. He's the magic man. You forgot the last year of his fucking presidency. You think you were better off in 2020? What are you smoking? What are you even smoking, Joel? And can I have some of it? Because I'm out. I am out. I want some of what Joel's having. Jesus Christ. If I could believe that, yeah, it's the Trump's magical and he makes good economical things happen because The Apprentice. Right? Because he's the art of the deal, because he's the magical businessman. He's gonna make us all rich. No. No. This guy failed his first major test 3 years into his presidency. He completely fucked up COVID, and we are all worse off for it. Now, obviously that, COVID was going to happen with or without Trump, and it was going to fuck shit up, all right? But yeah, we were better off before COVID. I will agree with you on that. But unless you've got a motherfucking time machine, I don't think that we can't go back to, 2018, all right? COVID fucking happened, and it sucks.
Running. The whole thing doesn't make a lot of sense. Yet many people did much better. They had 22 people running, and she was the first one out. She went in, and she went out because people didn't like her. She wasn't good. And now she's the one that's representing the party.
And now she's kicking your ass, so shut the fuck up.
And the press gives her a free pass. And that's a little ridiculous, isn't it?
You are coping and seething, my dude. Am I going to have to get out the tipster? Is he going to make me get out tipster? Like, I don't want to have to do it, Donald. Don't make me do it. Don't make me pull the tipster out. Oh my God. I see tipster's face. I see tipster's face. Don't make me go all tipster on you.
It also never happened where we spent over $100 million on fighting Joe Biden, and then all of a sudden we're fighting somebody else. That's like a fight. The fighter's doing badly, and you say, okay, let's take him out and give somebody else a chance to win in the middle of the fight. So Kamala's plan is projected to raise the typical family's taxes by $2,600.
Really interesting, coming from a guy that wants to raise a sales tax on people by $4,000.
And the tax queen, they called her the tax queen in California.
They call her the tax queen. That's right. That's right. As Attorney General, she was big on putting taxes on people. What is he talking about?
Because she liked taxes.
She really liked them. Those were her thing. That was her thing. She was all about the taxes.
I've never seen anyone win a race where they raise taxes all the time, but she liked taxes. This is definitely a unique election.
Wait. What she was Attorney General. What did she do before that? When would she be raising taxes on anyone? Oh my God, I gotta look up her, All right. Attorney General, 2011 to 2017. Early career district attorney. When would she have raised taxes? Senator. Again, senators do not unilaterally raise taxes. And I very much doubt that the Senate voted for anything that raised taxes, because here's the dirty little secret. The legislature has lost its balls, right? A really simple thing that they should do, like getting rid of the tax cuts that presidents Republican presidents have done for years and years and years, and making the rich pay their fair share because it is considered a tax cut is something that no Congress will do. And they need to do it. The rich deserve to pay their fucking fair share. They've got all kinds of ways to finagle their way out of paying taxes at all. But yeah, no, it's not a thing that went on. Where's the tax queen? They called her the tax queen in California. She was attorney general, you dolt.
Anyway, the tax queen also wants the largest small business tax.
Oh, I get it. She's the tax queen, kind of like the welfare queen, kind of like the racist Ronald Reagan trope. There we go.
3% tax hike on American small businesses, which will send consumer prices skyrocketing. You think they're bad now? If Kamala gets 4 more years, she will crush family budgets with crippling energy costs thanks to her Green New Scam. The Green New Scam is one of the greatest, most...
Oh my God! So we don't just give the people that we're running against nicknames, Communist Kamala, Sleepy Joe, right? We also gotta call the Green New Deal the Green New Scam, which did not get passed, by the way.
Difficult things to be watching. The real number they want is $93 trillion. They want buildings taken down and new buildings built without windows because it's more efficient. Let's do that. Let's just tell people you have a beautiful apartment, but you don't have any windows. It's one of the great scams. But, the amazing thing is that nobody talks about it anymore. They're not talking about the Green New Deal anymore. They're not talking about environmental anymore. They're not talking about the oceans will rise by 1/16 of an inch over the next 400 years. They don't talk about it anymore. Something's happened. I don't know what it is.
They're fucking gutless. They're fucking gutless. That's what happened.
I think maybe it's not selling too well anymore. They call it now climate change because global warming wasn't working because the planet's actually gotten a little bit cooler recently. But climate change covers everything. It can rain.
The planet gets hotter every fucking year. I don't know what he's talking about, right? It's called climate change because it's not going to manifest in every single place on the planet as being an elevation in temperatures. In some places, it manifests as really fucked up weather. Like, ask the people that are dealing with that right now in North Carolina. It's a disturbance, but yeah, overall, like, the planet's heating up. The oceans are heating, right? Everything's getting hotter.
It can be dry, it can be hot, it can be cold. Climate change, everything is. Look, and I believe I really am an environmentalist. I've gotten environmental.
Oh my God.
Awards.
Yeah, what's wrong with him? This guy looks like he got I don't know. Is he on Ozempic? It looks like his face got like squeezed like a lemon. You know what I'm talking about? When you take a lemon and you squeeze it, and it's just kind of like it's like empty. He looks like somebody squeezed the juice out of him.
But I want clean, beautiful air and clean, beautiful water. That's all, crystal clean water. And we want clean air and, during the...
But we're not going to do anything to fucking get it. What is he talking about? What plan? What policy has he ever discussed that would make the air or water cleaner? This guy is so full of shit, and people just let you. He said that the media lets Kamala slide. The media lets Kamala slide, right? Look at what he's doing. Oh, we love the clean air and the clean water. We want to have beautiful clean air and clean water. They're letting him get away with claiming that he is for something that he has no policy that could help with, and has every policy that would make the air, the water, the everything dirtier. What the fuck?
Last 2 years of my administration, we had the best on record. And we had...
The best, the cleanest water, the freshest water, the coldest water.
A lot of drill, baby drill. We had a lot of drill.
We have the drill, baby drill, and that's what makes the water clean, and that's what makes the air clean, and everything is nice and wonderful, just like I want it, and we're going to drill, baby drill. No, Donald, one of these things is not like the other. One of these things is incompatible.
But we had the best on record. My plan will cut energy prices in half. Within 12 months, we're going to have energy prices for businesses, but in my opinion, maybe even more importantly for the average household, I said by...
Disbanding the EPA?
From January 20th, which is
the cleanest water, I guess.
I hope we have a country left, because what's going on now is very dangerous. I've been talking about World War III. What's going on now between Russia, Ukraine, and the Middle East blowing up all over the place.
Yeah, and he did it. He did it, chat. In terms of destabilizing the Middle East, what destabilized the Middle East? One, the Abraham Accords. When you have a negotiation between Israel and other countries in the region that cuts out the Palestinians, right? Negotiations about the fate of the Palestinians, the fate of Gaza, the fate of the West Bank, that does not involve them. That's one way to destabilize the Middle East. What's another way? You let the U.S. move its embassy to Jerusalem, right? Another provocation. All right, we got it more destable. What else? What else can we do? Oh, I know. Let's let Israel annex the Golan Heights. Let's let them annex the Golan Heights, right? They can just start taking pieces of land from people, right? Besides the Palestinians, right? Like all this shit. And what else destabilized the Middle East? When you blow up the Iran deal. Obama negotiated a deal that got Iran to let inspectors in. Those inspectors were there to make sure that none of the spent nuclear fuel that Iran had got turned into weapons. So you want to talk about World War III? You want to talk about like Middle East being destabilized? This is the guy to blame for it. And he's like, we had no wars. We had no wars during my time. It's like, no, you continued Afghanistan. You kept droning people. Dude is so full. You killed a fucking Iranian official. You have no wars. Yeah, just acts of war, I guess.
It's a very dangerous time. Most dangerous time since the end of World War II, without even question. But my plan will cut energy prices in half. I'm going to knock it out 50%, all. This is for families and businesses and everything. And with the artificial intelligence, as you know, and shocking, but you need more energy to make that competitive with China and some others, but primarily China. They're going wild now. They're building tremendous electric capacity, as you know. But you need more electricity. They have to create tremendous amounts of electricity in order to compete, and more than we have right now.
I swear to God, like I have joked around about immigration being his answer for everything, but maybe it's drill baby drill. Like he does always try to like, oh, inflation. You got a problem with inflation. You know what you need to do? We need to drill more. We need to drill more. We need to destroy the environment more, but also have the cleanest water and the cleanest air. Doesn't that sound nice? Doesn't that sound nice? You can have it all under Trump because he's just a
So you have to more than double
a genius, a stable genius.
And we'll be able to do that. I'll be able to do that. They won't be able to do it. You have to make sure your environmental impact statements get approved very quickly. Otherwise, you'll never be able to compete. They don't do environmental impact statements in China, to the best of my knowledge. They have one man say, yeah, you can build it, and that's the end of that. That was the environmental impact statement. We have to go through sometimes years of things, but all of that's going to be rapidly expedited. It's going to save you thousands of dollars on gasoline and home heating and air conditioning and electricity. We're going to be down for the entire energy package. You will be down by a minimum of 50% 1 year after January 20th. Nobody else will say that, but I can do that because we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country. And I know how to use it. We had it going so well, and now we're buying oil from Venezuela and lots of other places that we shouldn't be buying. I call it.
Oh, Venezuela. You mean where a lot of the immigration came from? Why did that immigration come from there? Why did people leave their homes in Venezuela for a new life in the United States of America? Was that because of your sanctions against Venezuela? Yeah, this guy did that too. This guy caused the immigration crisis that he is bitching about.
Venezuelan tar, because essentially it's tar. You know, it's they have the places that they hone it and develop it is right in the middle of Houston. Right in the middle of Houston, we have a refinery that only does that oil. It's the only one in the world that does that oil because it's not oil, it's tar. And if you're an environmentalist and you like Texas, because I love Texas, we just got a poll from Texas. We're through the roof in Texas. which I love because I think it's an incredible place.
The story about Texas is that Trump is like surprisingly low for a Republican candidate. You've also got a senator, a Democratic senatorial candidate that is maybe even winning, depending on what polls you look at, right? That's a wild thing. The idea of Ted Cruz losing as senator and a Democrat taking their place, right? Totally unexpected, right? Whenever I look at the map, as far as the U.S. Senate goes, and chat, if you end up voting for the polls thing, we'll take a look at this, right? But you'll see that most Senate years are really good for Republicans and really bad for Democrats, right? This happened in 2022. It seemed like certain, oh no, the Republicans have got to take the Senate, right? And just like, race after race was lost. Race, two races in Georgia, the Republicans were surprisingly weak in the Senate, just where they needed to be, and the Democrats took the Senate again. So who knows? Like, the way it looks right now, the Democrats are poised to take the House, the Republicans are poised to take the Senate. But if you have stuff happen like Ted Cruz lose in Texas, which he's, it's a distinct possibility at this point, you're gonna see maybe the Democrats somehow hold on to the Senate.
If you're an environmental person, the tar and all of the other things coming out of those chimneys and in that wonderful place. It's the only place in the entire world that does Venezuelan, I call it Venezuelan tar. But there's no reason for us to be doing it because we have more oil and gas. We have more, I say liquid gold, I think it's the best expression. We have more liquid gold than Russia, Saudi Arabia, any other country in the world, and we don't even use it. And ours is pure. Perhaps worst of all.
Yeah, it's super clean. That's why you're not going to mess up the water or the air by drill baby drill, because our oil is pure, our oil is clean, it's God's oil, it's the American people's oil, it's a holy oil, it's a Christian oil, right? That's what we got going on.
Migrant invasion will destroy our economy, importing tens of millions of,
Yeah, the migrants have got oil too, but their oil is not as good as our oil. It's not as pure. That's the oil that's actually fucking up the environment. Our oil is clean.
Think of it, more illegal aliens than we've ever even thought about taking in. And for me to watch her the other night standing up at a television set saying, with a news conference saying how she's going to all of a sudden get involved at the border. Well, she was the border czar. She did a horrible job. She allowed 21 million plus people to come in, and many of them, and you've heard me say this many times, they came from prisons and jails. They came from mental...
Are we going to get Hannibal Lecter? Can we please? I would love to have a low-energy Hannibal Lecter right now, chat. One in chat if you want Hannibal Lecter to come out.
Terrorist camps where they trained them to come into the United States, and they come into the United States. Many, many terrorists. We have more terrorists.
Oh, I think we missed Hannibal Lecter.
Come into the United States.
He was there for a second, but he didn't go there.
In the last 3 years than we have had in the last 30 years. And these are the real terrorists. These are the real ones. We have no idea who they are. They let them come in, just open borders, just the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
How wild is it, chat, that you don't have to do anything to be a terrorist, right? You cross an imaginary line, and all of a sudden you're the terrorist. It's wild how that works, right? Meanwhile, you can unleash weaponized pagers on an entire fucking country, kill civilians, kill children, and you're not a terrorist. You have the right to defend yourself because you're Israel. Yes, that's not a terrorist, though. Don't make any mistake.
Other than if you're trying to sign them up to vote, which is what they're trying to do.
They're trying to sign the terrorists up to vote. That's right.
Amnesty, and she's promised that it will obliterate. I mean, she promised them that they're going into Medicare and Social Security. And if they're going to Medicare and Social Security, then she's going to kill Medicare and Social Security. And we're not going to let her do that.
Okay, fact check, right? What effect do undocumented workers, undocumented immigrants, what effect do they have on Social Security? Do they, A, receive Social Security despite never having paid into it before, which is not how Social Security works, Or do they B, contribute to it because they need a social security number in order to work, and they essentially contribute to some random American social security fund? It's B. It's B. That's the effect that undocumented workers have on social security.
Anything happened to either of them during my 4 years? We didn't raise the age for Social Security. They're going to end up raising it by 6 or 7 years.
Oh no, he's going to definitely either raise the age or lower the benefits. That's what's going to happen unless he does the one thing he doesn't want to do, which is lift the cap. And to be fair, though, the Democrats have been pretty chicken shit about lifting the cap as well, right? What do I mean by lifting the cap? I mean that you pay a certain percent of your income into Social Security, right? You make a certain amount of money, a certain percentage of that goes into Social Security. You can't touch that until you retire. All right? But if you're rich and you make more than, I don't know, is it 250 or 150? I can't remember. There's a cap, right? I think it's 150. Once you start making more than 150,000 a year, you don't have to pay anything more to Social Security. It's capped, right? So if you lifted that cap, Social Security would be solvent for the great foreseeable future. But Trump's not going to do that, and if you want the Democrats to do that, you're going to have to push them, right? They are way, 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 way too much. And you saw it tonight in that Tim Walz debate. They're way too close to the Republicans. They have given up on issues. They have caved into the Republicans. The first thing that needs to happen is the Democrats need to get a spine. And doing things like lifting the cap on Social Security is how you know that they have grown a spine, if they ever do. But
they get in. With 4 more years of Kamala, you'll have a 1929 style depression. That's sort of the ultimate depression.
The ultimate? You mean the Great Depression, Donald?
Was the worst. You don't get worse than that. And it took 25 years to recover, frankly. You know, people.
The funny thing about Donald Trump is he's not a smart guy, but he's never been allowed to know that. He's never been allowed to understand that, right? He's been kept safe from his own lack of intelligence. His own, like, just how wrong he is about things, right? He thinks that asylum has something to do, like asylum that you petition for when you go to another country, when your country has been destabilized by the United States, right? When you're in Venezuela and your country is dangerous to live in, right? You seek asylum, right? He thinks that has something to do with asylum, like that you get put in if you're Dr. Hannibal Lecter, right? That's how daft this man is. And yet he's never been allowed to know that he's not a smart guy. He's not even close to a smart guy. He's below the curve, just like he was below the curve in business.
Say, oh, we recovered with Roosevelt. No, it took 25 years to recover from it, and it was tremendous pain and suffering. And that's going to happen again. And I've been very good at predicting things. The hat says Trump was right about everything.
Trump was right about nothing.
I didn't even do it, but somebody made a lot of money. Trump was right about everything. But when I win, the next Trump economic boom begins the moment the polls close in Wisconsin on November 5th. And again, Brian and Tommy and all of the people that have been so great here.
So Chad, I'm going to see if we can find some analysis of the debate tonight. Again, I don't think it's going to have that much of an effect, right? The thing that cuts against the vice presidential debate as far as having an effect is that it doesn't get watched as much as the presidential debate. And it's not involving the two main players, right? And now I don't think this is like, it's not an absolute thing, right? What can have reach from the debate is clips. So we saw some clips that made JD Vance look bad, and we saw some clips that made Walz look bad. Those clips, I think, might have some effect, but overall, it has generally been true that vice presidential debates do not have an effect on the overall race. We'll see. We'll see. I'm still agnostic about that.
We're seeing numbers that a lot of people have never seen, real numbers that a lot of people haven't seen. especially as Republicans. They haven't seen, because they want to have our country back. They don't want to have millions of people pouring in.
Wait, are you talking about the egg prices, Bobby Green? Do you know that that's something that happened under Trump? And do you know why it happened? Well, actually, it's happening again. It looks like it's a significant outbreak of bird flu. Right? You know how Donald Trump didn't like cut the CDC prior to COVID? Well, bird flu is kind of a pandemic for birds. Prices have risen 28.1% in the past year, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The average price for a dozen eggs was $3.20 in August. More than 1 million wild aquatic birds, commercial poultry, and backyard and hobbyist flocks have been infected with bird flu since January 2022, according to the CDC. The prices spiked in recent weeks due to a large bird flu. Yeah, so it's I don't know if you want to, unless you want to blame Kamala Harris for the bird flu. But I wanted to see, like, when the prices originally went up, like in the pandemic. It was actually due to like a lot of chickens being killed off because of I think it was bird flu. Here we go. US egg prices hit record level as pandemic buying boosts demand. Increased demand for eggs in the United States has sent egg prices soaring in recent weeks as consumers scramble to stock up on staples due to coronavirus shutdowns. There was also something that happened back then where a lot of the chickens had to be killed. Looking at an article from 2020. Anyway, we've got more Trump tent for you coming up here. This is an ad from Kamala.
So as you all know, Trump is now hiding from Kamala Harris after the debate. It's kind of a bad look. It's kind of a bad look because if you're...
Yeah, I mean, speaking of eggs, he's kind of chickened out, hasn't he?
Trump, and you got your ass handed to you in the debate, you actually should want another debate immediately because you don't want to leave people with that taste in their mouth, right? Of like, oh shit, he got wrecked. Maybe he's just not capable of beating her. Maybe that's what would happen every time they debate. You don't want people thinking that. You want to get back out there and you want to make sure you do a good job and you defeat her so that the narrative changes. Well, that didn't happen. He lost and then he ran and hid and he started crying and he was like, "Oh, they were unfair to me and it's the fact checkers. He literally said the other day, we had a deal not to fact check with ABC and they fact checked and it's unbelievable. It's so bad." Man, when you're going on the warpath against fact checking, you know you lost the plot, right? So Kamala and the Democratic team are capitalizing on this, knowing that, hey, it's just true that he's scared to debate because he doesn't want to have a tough time, right? This happened remember when Megyn Kelly, back when she was on Fox News, she grilled Trump and Trump got all upset about it and said she's leading from wherever, right? And then people don't remember he didn't go to another debate that was hosted by Megyn Kelly. He was like, I'm not going to that debate because I don't like Megyn Kelly and she's going to treat me unfairly. And his idiot followers thought it is macho of him doing that. And everybody else was like, damn, that's sort of weak as fuck. You don't think you can handle a moderator? Jesus Christ. So it was the opposite of macho. It was weak, but he tried to spin it like it was macho. Well, I don't think that's working anymore, right? And so now the narrative is he's scared. So the Kamala people, who, if they know anything, they know how to get under Trump's skin. They released this ad. Here we go.
Winners never back down from a challenge. Champions know it's anytime, any place. But losers, they whine and waffle and take their ball home.
Trump now refusing to debate a second time.
He did terribly in the last debate.
Oh my god, this music's gonna fucking get claimed.
He's so easily triggered by Kamala Harris.
Well, Donald, I do hope you'll reconsider to meet me on the debate stage. If you've got something to say, say it to my face.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
She's still in his head with the people are leaving his rallies. They're leaving his rallies in the middle of it. Just so you know, go to one of his rallies, you'll see people are leaving in the middle of it because they're it's stale. It's boring. It's boring. Nobody cares anymore. You know, it's a wrap. And he's still talking about that line. Nobody leaves. I don't know. Nobody leaves. These people right here, they look like they're leaving. They're not leaving. Maybe they're going to the bathroom. They're not leaving. Nobody ever leaves. And if anybody ever does, I make sure I wrap it up quick. I always keep your attention. He's still talking about it. He baited her. She baited him, I should say, perfectly on that topic where it was immigration. It should have been a home run for him. And she put in that line about people leaving his rallies early. And that was all he could talk about. Look, this is why he doesn't want to do another debate. He's genuinely, here's the thing about Trump. He's all id, right? And with a lot of people, that worked on the campaign, in debates, I should say. In the Republican primary debates, it worked. It worked because they are really, Marco Rubio and Jeb Bush and John Kasich and all those guys, Chris Christie, they're all like far too scripted politicians. And it was the first time anybody went up there and they just shot from the hip. And it was sort of like a breath of fresh air in those 2016 Republican debates. But there's a downside to the all-id, shoot-from-the-hip approach to debating. The downside is, if you have a worthy opponent who knows how to set a trap for you, you're just going to fucking tap dance right into those traps and not realize you're in a trap. And that's what happened. That's what happened. And I got to be honest with you guys, I genuinely don't think he's smart enough to know if Kamala lays another trap for him in a debate, I don't think he's smart enough to avoid it. I don't think he's smart.
Yeah, look, chat. One in chat if you think that there's going to be another presidential debate. I don't think that Trump's going to take it. Kamala's put it out there. She's offered it. He's not going to take it because even though he performed horribly, right? The best he can hope for is to kind of end it on this note of like, Tim Walz kind of screwing up his debate. Maybe more people will talk about that. I don't know, though. It's just going to be competing clips from what I've seen between Walz and Vance. Walz did not have a good night, by the way. Well, Vance overperformed, Walz underperformed. But you've still just got the fact that Vance is risless. And Walz is somehow likable, even when he's, like, failing to answer a question. Here, let's, we've got a little bit of... So I'm going to start mixing in these videos of kind of reaction to the debate tonight. They're starting to come in. A little bit of analysis.
Going into tonight's debate between Governor Tim Walz and J.D. Vance, I had the expectation, you had the expectation, and even...
Now, understand, this is one of these channels that's probably going to just glaze up the Democrats, and that's, like, all they do.
Trump really has...
Because, like, I don't know how you can spin this as the, like, Walz destroyed him. Like, that's definitely not what happened tonight.
The expectation that J.D. Vance was going to get crushed in this debate. And of course, that is exactly what happened. But what we...
Really? Is that what you think? Okay, like, make the case to me, Jack. Maybe you can convince me.
Predict? Actually, maybe we should have been able to predict is that Donald Trump would melt down on Truth Social as J.D. Vance was melting down on that debate stage. And that is exactly what happened. Donald Trump losing his mind on Truth Social, as he often does, so upset watching his running mate.
Cindy says Walz won.
Crushed, get humiliated by Tim Walz during the debate, and he posted some insane things that I want to get into. But before we do, if I could quickly ask you to leave a like on this video, and if you enjoy our channel and our coverage of tonight's debate, if you'd hit that subscribe button, it goes a long way in supporting us. Now, first, let's get into this message that Donald Trump posted before the debate, a video that I thought was pretty strange, but you will see once we take a look at it.
Hello, everybody. This is your favorite president, Donald J.
Oh, God.
We're going to be doing a play-by-play of the vice presidential debate.
Oh, interesting. Wow, we should have watched that.
Which will be on in a little while, and we're going to be starting at 9 o'clock Eastern when it starts, and we'll be talking about J.D. Vance, who's really, I think, great, a top student at Yale, and great student at Ohio State. He graduated in 2 years with honors and all of those things, but he's really a tremendous guy, actually, and he'll be going against Governor Walz, and I will not say anything bad about him because we're going to keep it very straight. We're going to see how they do. I think he's probably very underrated, actually, Walz, but it'll be interesting. So I'm going to be commenting. I have some people surrounding me who are pros, and they're going to be commenting, and we're going to say good and bad about both. If JD makes a mistake, we're going to say bad.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. I'm sick of white guys looking dead into camera whilst they talk freely about politics.
I mean, you're not wrong, Davy. You're not wrong. Thank you for the super chat. Brings us up to what, 70? Are we at 70? No, we're at 61%.
And we are going to, I really believe, be fair, or at least somewhat fair. Maybe not 100% fair, but at least somewhat fair. So I think you're going to have a great time. So it's 9 o'clock. It's on Truth Social, 9 o'clock Eastern, and let's have some fun. It's going to be a very interesting night. Thank you very much.
Wait, Trump likes a dim? Wait, what are you seeing?
Thank you.
Like I said, even Trump had the expectation that J.D. Vance would be stumbling out there. He said if he says something wrong, he's going to call him out. He's going to be mad at him. And boy, did J.D. Vance say a lot of wrong things, a lot of things that are going to get him in trouble, and already did during the debate.
So this is the whole thing. Like, right, I watched the debate. I didn't think it went well for Walz. I thought Walz started off stumbling. He obviously, there's something going on with the Israel thing, right? My pet theory is that Tim Walz is being asked to say stuff that he doesn't exactly believe in, right? The Harris campaign is towing the line, the Biden line on Israel right now. They have not differentiated themselves at all, and it's horrendous to see. And I kind of wonder if maybe Walz is a little bit uncomfortable. Regardless, he started off fumbling. He caught himself, I don't know, a good 20, 30 minutes into the debate. And, you know, he did okay from there out. J.D. Vance, better than I expected, right? There weren't those moments that I was honestly expecting to see moments where Vance would just fall apart. And you'd see him as the black hole of charisma that he is. But you didn't really have that much. He delivered his message as well as could be expected, which is actually better than I expected for him. However, I'm guessing, just a guess, that most people are not going to watch the debate the way that we did tonight. They're not going to watch the whole debate all the way through from beginning to end. They're going to watch clips. And the clips might cut in a different direction than the debate itself. There were some really bad moments for Vance. I guess Jack is saying that that Vance got caught saying some things that are going to be. We already saw one of the things like fact checked by somebody on Twitter. So, you know, if he got caught in more lies, then maybe it will be worse for him than I thought. He almost had a meltdown when he got mad at the. Oh, that's true. That's true. That was a bad expected or hoped. Good question. Both.
So much so that he just got his mic shut off in the most humiliating fashion, and we're going to check that out in just a little bit. But I want to get into the first couple of posts that Donald Trump made as he was...
Look, if you want to get into my hopes, Nathan, my hopes are that this Democratic ticket, which, you know, will become very likely the Harris administration, is going to break from a lot of the mistakes that Democrats have been making, from Biden's mistakes on foreign policy to the mistakes of Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama on domestic policy. Right? That's my hope. I don't know if that's a realistic hope or not, though. I don't know if we can expect that.
Melting down on Truth Social, the first of which being about the anchors.
Leo says the clips do seem to favor Walz. That's what I've seen so far, and I don't know if it's just my Twitter, you know, algorithm that's giving me these.
Moderating the debate, very weird. Let's take a look. Trump wrote on Truth Social, both young ladies have been extremely biased anchors. Not.
Oh, okay. So that's the play-by-play. That's what he was talking about. I got it. I thought, oh God, I want to hear, I feel like Trump needs to be a streamer. Trump, get in here. Start streaming on Twitch. On twitch.tv, Trump. You need to become a streamer. Actually, he does have a Twitch account, I think. I mean, like, they play, like, speeches. They play his speeches on the Donald Trump Twitch account. But, he, like, I would love to see him do a sassy react to this debate. That would be hilarious.
A hot start to Donald Trump's live posting of the debate, and of course his anger quickly consumed him, and he had to lash out again, this time at Tim Walz, something he continued to do as Tim Walz just took JD Vance to school. But before we get into some of those incredible takedowns from Governor Walz, I want to see what Donald Trump had to say. Trump wrote,
Leo says, oh God, no, please don't make Trump a streamer.
He's been indoctrinated with lies, thinking he can override his own incompetence. He's as nervous as you can get.
Look, we did look at some bad Tim Walz once, and I thought Tim Walz was very nervous in the beginning.
I don't know how that's an attack on Tim Walz, but he surely tried not very well. But of course, the lies that Tim Walz wanted to call out of Donald Trump's.
Look, Shani says the only reason Kamala is the candidate is because she plays along with the same tune that Biden did. That's why she's the candidate without a primary. I want my Democratic Party back. Let me let you know something, all right? When you go to the primaries, understand that you are voting in a private club, right? If you vote in the Democratic primary, if you vote in the Republican primary, you're not voting in an American election, in a federal election. You're voting for the candidate that will be sponsored by one of two main political parties. And what you're really voting for, rather than the candidate, is delegates. Delegates that have pledged to echo your decision, right? So that's what happened. They ran the primary. We had Marianne Williamson, RFK, for a little while, and that other guy, Burgum, is that his name? I can never remember his name. Is it Burgum? The other, or Dean Phillips, I can't remember. The other guy that nobody remembers, right? The non-important guy, right? You had those three people. Nobody was interesting to the American people. Biden won the primary, right? Biden goes into debate one and fails massively. Does not even seem to know where the fuck he is. And after some discussion with other party officials, Biden finally agrees that he is not the one to run for president this year, right? So you've got a bunch of delegates that pledge to Biden. Biden drops out. What does that mean? That means those delegates are released. Those delegates are released. And they can vote their conscience. So that's what happened. It's not anything undemocratic. It's not anything seedy. There's no fucking secret plot, secret, like, blood drinking, pizza eating, vampire reptilian freakazoids out there, you know, controlling Kamala Harris getting named the candidate. It is a simple factor of, okay, you got these delegates, they're pledged to Biden. Now Biden drops out. Who do they vote for? Who do they consolidate around? And the answer was Kamala Harris. And it wasn't just I got to be real with you. It wasn't just the delegates. The voters consolidated around Kamala. So, I mean, had you had some sort of a miniature primary, which I guess is the other alternate idea, redo the primary. I mean, that's not very democratic either, right? There's not supposed to be two primaries, but you still would have ended up with Kamala. So I don't know. I don't really have a problem with her being named as the nominee.
Those did go well, and I want to start with one of my favorites, Tim Walz calling out Donald Trump for his attacks, calling climate change a hoax right here.
Okay, so here's the deal, chat. I think that Vance won the debate. All right? Not by a whole lot. It wasn't spectacular, and I don't expect it to matter that much in the overall race, right? But Walz had a bad night. He recovered. He did okay. But overall, I would have to give it to Vance. But this guy disagrees. This guy seems to think that Walz had a great night, and maybe I just missed like a whole bunch of important stuff. There were some really bad moments for Vance, and those moments may be viral. And I'm willing to say that maybe the overall effect of the debate could still be pro Kamala, pro Walz, because of the nature of the clips that end up going viral. That's a possibility. But just like watching the entire debate all the way through, it did not feel like a win for Walz. But this guy, thinks differently. He's going to try to convince us that he's right.
Back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris...
Again, President Sunday, if you're out there, I am so sorry. President Sunday, I don't know, either challenged me to a debate or wanted to have a drunken conversation with me. I turned him down to cover this. And to the 300 people in my Twitch, to the 300 people in my YouTube short stream right now, like, I hope you understand, I prioritize you over pseudo-intellectual streamers. I missed out on what Sunday said would be a infinitely better stream for me. But on Sunday, we're kind of matching your concurrence here tonight, aren't we? So it turns out that no, I didn't lose anything by not talking to you. If you really want to talk, if you really want to settle things, we'll do it. But we'll do it on my terms, okay? You're not gonna Bigfoot me and get me to flake on my... He wanted me to flake on you, chat. There would have been no stream tonight if Sunday got his way. I said no.
Biden Harris administration is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across
Kamala wants your guns. Yeah, she wants to shoot them, Dot.
The country. 2000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back.
Just an incredibly timely call out from Governor Walz there.
Yeah, Ferris agrees with me. Walz had a bad night. I was really disappointed. Yeah.
Of course, J.D. Vance.
I somehow thought Walz was going to be like the master. I don't know. He's got charisma. He's a likable guy, but maybe not much of a debater.
Responded, pushing this idea that Donald Trump wants to perpetuate this conspiracy that climate change is a hoax, but I don't want to have to hear...
Yes, BCATK, get money out of politics, but get money into the dono goal, because we're at 61% right now, and if we hit 100%, we'll get bonus content. We're only 39% away from that. It could happen, chat. Believe me.
Too much from J.D. Vance tonight. We only will check out the parts in which he is getting shut down, which, to be honest, was...
Gun nerds have theorized that Kamala has a SIG pistol? I don't know enough about guns to know that. Kamala definitely knows more about guns than I do.
Debate, but Donald Trump was mad that J.D. Vance did get fact-checked, did get called out for calling climate change a hoax, and he responded on Truth Social by saying this. Trump wrote, Margaret Brennan just fact-checked J.D. incorrectly on quote-unquote climate change. When is she going to fact-check
Tampon Tim
Walz on all of his false statements? Another repeat with the fake news being...
I knew that Walz, that Vance had called him Tampon Tim. Oh no, that's right. Donald Trump is saying, God damn.
Unfair to the Republican candidate and trying...
Look, here's the deal, right? If you want to roll in the mud, this is the pig.
Leo super chatted $6.69. Can I get this to 69?
Can I get this to 69? You got $6.69. That's a good start. Wait, what would that do? That puts it forwards. Oh God, you're having trouble with the conversion. $6.69 is basically $7, which makes it 68. Oh no. I'm sorry to not be able to satisfy that request, Leo. We're so close. But thank you for the super chat.
To get the pathetic Democrat across the finish line.
I can't math either, Leo. I'm even worse when it comes to conversion.
But it doesn't matter. The public sees it for what it is. Fake news. I just imagine Trump on the plane getting flashbacks to his debate with Kamala Harris, remembering him getting fact-checked by the moderators who were doing their job, having journalistic integrity to call out.
Yeah, here's the deal, Sunday. It's either like I go on your stream and talk to like, I don't know, 300 people max, or I get 31,000 views on on YouTube Shorts.
Lies. And of course, Kamala Harris shutting him down again and again from his failures during.
Yeah, I just hope you appreciate it, chat. I turned down some big clout tonight, all right? That President Sunday clout.
His presidency to his current failures and attempts to attack our democracy and attack the bipartisan border deal, which he did and which he was called out for by Tim Walz in this clip right here.
Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look,
Davy, thank you for. Oh, that gets us to 69.
of us want to solve this.
We're at 69 now.
Is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this.
Remember, when you donate, you have you can let me know in the chat which of the topics for the bonus content that you want to see. We got Tim Pool doesn't know skateboarding. We got hypno ponies. That's right, ponies that hypnotize you. We got let's check the polls. That would be me checking the polls and showing you the current state of the race, which may not be a good thing. I don't know. And we got John Doyle is back because he is back. So if you've donated, feel free to let me know in the chat what you want your money put towards, and I will put your money where your mouth is. I will add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice.
Piece of legislation.
Also, like the stream.
Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him to, what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this.
Leland La Rochelle says, damn, I don't know how y'all can be in a party that that's members started the KKK. Leland La Rochelle, I think the other option in the United States is being in a party whose biggest star, Ronald Reagan, started off his campaign in Philadelphia, not Pennsylvania, Mississippi. What's Philadelphia, Mississippi known for? Anybody in chat know? Anybody in chat know where Ronald Reagan started his campaign? Philadelphia, Mississippi. If I can spell Mississippi. Let's see, what happened in it's a small town in Mississippi. Why would Reagan do it? Yeah, in August 3rd, 1980, Ronald Reagan gave his first post-convention speech at the Neshoba County Fair after being officially chosen as the Republican nominee for president. He said, I believe in states' rights in Philadelphia, Mississippi. He said, I believe in states' rights. I believe we have distorted the balance of our government today, giving it powers that it never was intended to have in the Constitution. That is a Democrat argument. Interesting that a Republican in 1990 is making an argument that the Democrats during the Civil War would agree with. Well, what else is it notable besides why is it famous? Philadelphia, Mississippi was the scene of the June 1964 murders of civil rights workers. The famed Mississippi burnings took place in this town that Ronald Reagan chose to start his campaign in, talking about states' motherfucking rights. You want to tell me who's got ties to the Confederacy? Rochelle, you want to tell me what party is tied to the motherfucking Confederacy? You want to tell me what candidate defended the Unite the Right rally with its intention to keep the statue of Robert E. Lee in a public square? To keep up a Confederate fucking monument? I'm sorry, but you came into the wrong chat to bullshit somebody.
The executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator...
It's okay, chat. We all come here to learn. We all come here to learn.
Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable.
And whether you're Mark Nightwolf or Leland LaRoche, you got something to learn here, right? If you're concerned with parties having ties to neo-Confederacy, you should be. Your concerns aren't wrong, but they're misdirected. If you're facing that concern at the Democratic Party, ignoring the historic realignment that happened after civil rights, ignoring the phenomenon of the Dixiecrats, who then became Dixie Republicans.
So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time.
Tim Walz speaking the absolute truth and laying out the really clear case that everything Donald Trump has done in his entire life and his entire political career has just been about serving himself in whatever political or monetary way he can in that exact moment. It's all he has ever cared about, pushing lies to get to whatever ends he wants. It is the only thing that consumes him all the time. It is me, Donald, Donald, Donald. And don't we want a lot less of that? Don't we wish we could just mute that? Well, we can mute J.D. Vance, which is exactly...
Nate Tobler says, wait, are you telling me that the guy in charge of U.S. economic policy has no responsibility for my rent doubling? Nate Tobler, let me introduce you to a concept you may not be familiar with. It's called capitalism. It means that instead of you owning your home is owned by a wealthy person, who you may call your landlord or landlady. And that person is responsible for your rent doubling, dumbass. Come on.
Exactly what happened when he was pushing lies about...
But let me tell you, it's actually worse than that. It's actually worse than that. Like, right, it's not just one single greedy, like, landlord, like, raising your rent because they can, right? They've got an app. Landlords have an app. And this app helps them set prices. And essentially is being investigated by the Biden administration right now because they're able to artificially raise prices in something that seems a lot like collusion. Collusion is when people get together to fix the prices and they all agree, yeah, we're going to raise our prices like this, but if we all do it together, then, you know, the public's just going to have to accept it. It'll just be like the prices go up, right? Landlords are doing that. Biden's Justice Department is going after them, all right? Thank you for coming in here, though, and learning something, because it looks like you got something to learn.
Immigration. I absolutely love this clip. Let's check it out.
Governor, and just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield,
I'm so glad I could explain landlords to you.
Ohio does have a large
Now, don't go Maoist on me, okay?
number of Haitian migrants who have legal status. Temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn out of the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that you guys weren't going to
we're-
fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our own leadership.
Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
we want to
CBP
have
One app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen,
You see what happened? So they cut J.D. Vance's mic, and then they cut Tim Walz's mic because he was bleeding through on Walz's mic.
the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret.
Silence can really be a beautiful sound, can't it? Just sometimes that silence, not having to hear from J.D. Vance, so incredible. Don't we want to do that in November? Mute both him and his boss, just shut him off. But for the time being, we do have to unfortunately listened for the sole purpose of calling them out. And another thing of Donald Trump's I want to call out is this post he made, so enraged after J.D. Vance got cut off. He knows how badly he's losing, and I want to take a look. Trump wrote, Margaret Brennan just lied again about the illegal migrants let into our country by lying Kamala Harris. And then she cut off JD's mic to stop him.
Okay, so, I mean, you know, this is Jack Cocchiarella here. You can go follow him if you want to. That's who's making this video. I was hoping that he was going to make an argument for why he thinks Walz won, because he's acting like Walz won. That's not what I saw. That's not how the debate looked to me, but, you know, I'm open to reconsidering, right? Instead of that, what we're getting is basically a play-by-play from Donald Trump himself, which is actually kind of cool. I am glad that he found this. I didn't know that Donald Trump was truthing it out, and apparently he is.
From correcting her. Hate to break it to you, Donald. Actually, I love to break it.
I love to break it to you.
Responding to the truth, with a lie, which is what J.D. Vance wanted to do, is not correcting someone. That's just more lying. And I know you love lying, and you don't have a heart, but wherever that is you have in your chest cavity, I know there's a special place.
Look, he doesn't have a heart right now, but it's going to grow 3 sizes during Christmas.
For lying, it is your favorite thing to do. I guess talking about yourself.
It is one of his hobbies, that and cheating at golf.
Is your favorite thing to do, but lying is certainly up there. But no, J.D. Vance wasn't going to correct the moderator. He was going to lie even more. And those lies, of course, by Tim Walz, were being constantly crushed. And I want to get into another great example of those right here.
Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted.
Nate Tobler asked me, why hasn't rent controls been instituted by Biden and the Democratic Party? Obviously, capitalists will raise the rent when they can. Why doesn't Biden or Harris do anything about it? Good question, Nate. Good question. A New Deal consensus Democrat would have done just such a thing. But the Democrats that have existed since the 1980s are a little bit different. Some say that they're cowards. Some say that they're corrupted by the same money in politics that corrupts the Republican Party. You can take your pick, right? As to why they don't do that. But I agree, if you're saying that there should be rent controls, if you're saying that maybe even further than that, Nate, that housing should be decommodified because it's a human right and it's a human need. Like, right? Have you ever seen that hierarchy of need? It's like a pyramid, right? It's like the things you need food, you need shelter, you need water, right? And then above that and above that and above that, there's like more things that like, well, you know, you also need love and you need community and right. But like the basics are like food, shelter, right? I feel like the basics should not be part of capitalism. I feel like whether I get to eat and whether I get to a place to lay my head at night should not be up to some fucking capitalist. But I am called all kinds of dirty names because of that. The foremost of which being un-American. It's un-American for me to believe that healthcare, that housing, that food is a human right. But I still believe it.
Trusted. National security folks can't be trusted.
It's too bad the Democrats don't believe it.
Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years and the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system.
Yeah, so let me point out another thing, right? How is it fair that, like, you know, you're paying your taxes and that Donald Trump hasn't paid his? It's not fair. But there's a lot of other things that aren't fair as well, right? And it's systematic. The unfairness is systematic, right? The whole fucking economy is not fair. The people who do the least get the most. The people who do the most get the least. How fair is that? But don't try to talk to the Democrats about that because they're not ready to hear that yet.
There's a way around it, and he's bragged about it.
You're lucky if you can get Democrats to not be as more obsessed with the budget deficit than Republicans are and use it as a reason to cut services. Right, but never raise taxes.
We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial
No, I mean, you actually do get cheaper goods that way.
base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere,
But obviously there's drawbacks, right?
make the middle class.
And like he's oversimplifying the fuck out of a process called deindustrialization, which you can look up yourself and find out why it happened. It's because rich people did not like inflation making them less rich. And so they sold out, they got the country to sell out, right? The industrial workers over that.
They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we...
But yeah, unfortunately, I hate to break it to you, but it was a bipartisan effort, right? You got Jimmy Carter starting it, and you got Ronald Reagan continuing it. Yeah.
America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore.
Another absolutely perfect takedown from Governor Walz of J.D. Vance. And then what? J.D. Vance is pivoting then to attacking experts? Are we going to trust the guy in Donald Trump who said...
The sad thing is, okay, look.
To inject bleach in our...
The sad thing is, there's a lot of really not smart people out there, all right? There's a lot of people that when you're like, yeah, these so-called experts, they'll be like, yeah, they think they're so smart just because they fucking... Just because they spent 8 years getting a advanced degree in a subject that they know a lot about that you barely understand, yeah, they think they're so smart. But they kind of are.
Is the guy climate change is a hoax?
And we kind of need them. Oh my God, why is it pausing on me here? Okay, it's just telling me that this video is boring and we got to switch to the next one. Which I've got some more, and they're going to start to come in now. Now, I wanted to cover what's going on in Israel today, the missile strike, and I wanted to cover some of the speeches from Trump and from the... But we're kind of in the mode of reacting to some of these some of people's early takes on this. I gotta pee.
I want you to watch the...
I'm gonna leave you with Adam Mockler. I'll be right back though, I swear.
Donald Trump won the 2020 election, and J.D. Vance gives a non-answer. Now this whole segment is incredible. Let's watch it.
Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Yep.
Margaret? Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country.
That is such a slippery answer. Donald Trump went out kicking and screaming. He tried to subvert the will of the American people in 100 different ways. He came up with a theory with John Eastman that was entirely unconstitutional. We don't even have to talk about the day of January 6th. He undermined the election for months leading up to it. The idea that he went away on January 20th was not true. To this day, he says the election was stolen, and watch how Tim Walz cleverly traps him here.
We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections.
No.
Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by...
Hillary Clinton conceded the election that night. In the middle of the night, she called Donald Trump and said, "You won." Donald Trump has still not conceded the 2020 election. That is a fundamental difference.
Vladimir Putin, because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
It is absolutely just a problem that Republicans have had. I mean, time and time again, Donald Trump has said the election was stolen. He said that there was massive, widespread fraud. No Democrat has ever used rhetoric even close to that. No Democrat has ever said that there were ballots planted in machines in key swing states. No Democrat has ever had their entire cabinet, like Rudy Giuliani, sued after making up lies. Watch how Tim Walz traps him. Just wait for it.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement, but this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say, he is still saying
but now there are
he didn't lose the election. I would just say,
All right. Whoa.
This is the moment right here. Watch.
I came right back in as communist invading radicals were entering the chat.
Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
Has she?
Okay, yeah, that was probably the best moment. Like, if you're looking for blood sports and you're looking for, Walz coming out on top, that's a great moment.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack.
You're not. You then address the fucking question. You're not happy to talk about it further. You're happy to deflect. You're happy to sweep. Because that's your fucking job. You little eyeliner tool.
The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said
again the right to shout fire in a crowded theater, right? The right to fucking lie about a disease that's out there like killing people, right? That's the right that he's worried about.
First Amendment right to misinformation.
If you want to talk about the Constitution, Donald Trump says he wants to terminate the Constitution. If you want to talk about the First Amendment in particular, Trump has said that people who burn the American flag should go to jail and lose their citizenship. Donald Trump has stepped all over the Constitution, and I like how they're blaming the censorship on Kamala Harris when first they blamed it on Mark Zuckerberg, then they blamed it on
Izzy Sanchi super chatted $10. Tim Walz won the debate, but don't know how this debate will affect anything. I didn't like his answer about Israel, though. That was disappointing. I will vote for let's check the polls, please.
Let's check the polls, indeed. Do you have, I feel like there's a few super chats you made. Do you want me to, I'm guessing the other one, there's at least one other, so 20% to let's check the polls. It might actually be more than that. I'll have to check. 79%. We're at 79% from hitting bonus content. John Doyle's winning, I think. But let's check the polls is just well, I'll have to check and see let me add all of your super chats to let's check the polls and see where we're at from there.
Now they're blaming it on. It's just insane to me.
Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together.
Wait a minute. When Donald Trump lost that debate to ABC, he said ABC should have their licensing stripped away. He now says that Fox News needs to rethink their licensing now that they've been showing VP Harris rallies. I mean, Trump is the one who wants to censor people at every turn.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater.
Okay, I gotta point out what Adam Mockler just said.
He now says that Fox News
and then let's come together.
Wait a minute. When Donald Trump lost that debate to ABC, he said,
look, he's not trying to, but he's accidentally reinforcing like a Republican coping point, right? If you ask a lot Republicans, they'll either say that like somehow Donald Trump won that debate on ABC. What are you talking about? Or they'll say it was 2-on-1. It was 3-on-1. The moderators were biased.
ABC.
But Mockler just said lost it to ABC News, right? So he's like reinforcing that just by misspeaking.
Licensing stripped away. He now says that Fox News needs to rethink their licensing now that they've been showing VP Harris rallies. I mean, Trump is the one who wants to censor people at every turn.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded.
Kamala Harris personally hit up Mark Zuckerberg and said, kick people off Facebook. What happened was the FBI was scared that foreign entities were influencing with the election. So the FBI, a completely separate entity.
Yeah, it's actually 30.
Donald Trump, his presidency, said, hey, maybe don't share this Russian disinformation that we haven't confirmed.
Theater, that is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah, well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what
he made two amazing points there. Number one, he hit on the Mike Pence point, which he needed to hit on. I really wanted to hear him talk about Mike Pence. And then he also talked about the firewall, the guardrails that we constantly talk about. What happens when Donald Trump only...
So now, obviously this debate is way different than the Kamala versus Trump debate. Right, that one was blood sports. That one was brutal. And that one was so fucking satisfying. Right, this one was different. This one was actually a lot more friendly. This was like two Midwestern dudes just being, nice to each other for a lot of the debate, right? There are some moments here where there's a little bit of a smackdown, but I feel like, now somebody in chat noted that, like, okay, well, since JD Vance isn't Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump's an asshole. Maybe Donald Trump being an asshole gives you the license to go after him the way that Kamala went after him, right? And maybe JD Vance not being outwardly as offensive, signaling, almost
so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Almost like signaling that he's a moderate, signaling that he wants to like come together, right? Maybe that wouldn't have worked so well, right? I do like the idea of tearing JD Vance apart, and I don't think that the American people would mind seeing it. I don't think that the American people have a lot of love for JD Vance. The polls, bear this out. As far as popularity, you got Vance at the lowest, you got Trump at the second lowest, you got Kamala at the third lowest, and you got Tim Walz is actually, right? So when you got the person that people like, the candidate that people like the most, dislike the least, right? Going against the candidate that people like the least, dislike the most, right? I think you could get away with a lot. And that kind of thing would have started with, do you know what happened to the last guy that held your position? Do you know what happened to Trump's last vice president? Because it did not end well.
all around him. What happens when he doesn't have Mike Pence's or Bill Barr's or Mark Meadows, which I don't like any of those people, but they at least checked Donald Trump. He's going to replace him with Rudy Giuliani and Mike Lindell. There will be no firewalls or
Sidney Powell.
Will you stand
Mike
up?
Lindell.
Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up.
This was an interesting debate. Now, a lot of people are asking me what I thought, and here are some broad thoughts. I think they both performed well. And look, I told you guys before the debate, don't underestimate J.D. Vance. I mean, he can speak, he's slick, he knows how to slither his way out of answers.
He made decent arguments, right? His rhetoric was not bad. His, still a black hole of charisma, but maybe you notice it less on a stage like this.
Yes, he was lying and he was dishonest, but debating is a very unique skill, and I think that Tim Walz is I think that JD Vance is a decent debater. I think Tim Walz is more likable and affable, but he wasn't really going for the jugular, and I like that. They had a lot of moments where they agreed, but also debating doesn't reflect on your leadership. And Tim Walz showed all of the qualities of a good leader throughout this debate. JD Vance lied a lot. Those aren't the qualities of a good leader. So when I'm looking for leadership on stage, I see Tim Walz as a leader. I see JD.
Okay, so I'm going to try to see what else we've got in terms of analysis. What is this? Oh, this is probably like a... Is he like reacting to this live? He's pretty quiet, so... Oh my god, and he was doing this debate the way that I've had to do it sometimes, where you don't actually watch it. Okay. Wait, Hassan did this?
This is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
30% decrease in Ohio. But there's
80%
still more
Americans.
work to do. But let's
80
go
to
back
90%
to this
of
on
fentanyl.
immigration. Kamala Harris was
80
the
to 90%
Attorney
of
General
drug apprehensions
of the
are American
largest state, the
citizens.
border state in California. She's the only person in this race. Transnational gangs
He's
for human
repeating
trafficking
Kamala
and drug
Boxsteaks!
interventions. But look, we all want to solve this.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
It's debate time. It's coming up. It's coming up. It's coming up. It's debate.
Because
It's
it
debate.
was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
It's there.
It's debate. Okay, per time. Are you guys ready?
Because it was
I
so
think
peaceful.
Tim.
Yo!
But now there are freaking communist.
3 in a row. That's amazing. Welcome in, everybody.
Walz has been neutered. Okay. Tim Walz has been neutered. I think that Tim Walz is not going to have as strong of a showing as I suspect him to. Tim Walz been packaged. Okay. He's been pack watched. He's been packaged. He's been compromised. He is no longer the secret Somali. Okay. My goat is washed. My goat has lost his sauce. Okay. Adult circumcision time for Tim Walz.
Oh my god.
Now, what do I mean by this? Okay. What do I mean by this?
Okay, now...
Came in and he came in and he came out.
Wait. So this is his post. Yeah, okay, so this is Hassan analyzing this after having seen the debate.
Okay, he popped off. He single-handedly brought forward an incredibly solid. He told Kamala he's a bad debater. Camp is leaking to the press that he's nervous.
I heard those leaks, but I assumed that those were unfriendly leaks. I didn't think that those were leaks from inside the camp. Now, why would a camp do that, right? Does that make sense? Maybe not, right? You'd think that the camp, the supporters of Biden and Harris, or of Biden and Harris, of Vance and Harris, right? Why would they want the information that Vance or that Walz is nervous? Why would they want that leaking? Well, there's a game of expectations, right? Part of how a debate works, part of who wins and loses a debate is the performance of the candidates versus the expectations of the candidates. So if you've got a candidate that's not expected to do well in a debate and they do kind of okay, that's almost a dub. That's almost a dub. I mean, it's not a dub, still lose, but it's there's a game of perceptions there, right? So what you'll see a lot of times right before a debate is one side kind of like throwing cold water on their chances. Leaking something like, yeah, like Walz is nervous, or he's not that good of a debater, or whatever, right? In order to lower the expectations. In order, they're just kind of playing this game when they do that, right? So this actually does happen. I thought it might be fake. I thought that it was I don't know, maybe the other side, right? Because you get these like unattributed leaks, and you're like, wait, where did this come from, right? Is it really from inside the campaign? Looks like this actually was. Looks like Vance was nervous. And look, I don't know, like the very beginning of the debate is where I really saw the nervousness, where I really felt like the biggest fuck-ups were, and both in terms of Walz's delivery and in terms of what he was saying, because he was towing the line, the Biden line on Israel, and it's really bad to see that. It's really bad to see that, right? The biggest problem that the Democrats have, I think, is not that so much that their policies are not popular, because they are. On the generic ballot, the Democrats do quite well. I think that their biggest issue is that they fail to heighten the contradictions. They have not the difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party sometimes isn't super apparent. Right? When I have people in chat ask me questions like, well, then why don't they just essentially, why don't they do something stronger for housing than just going after landlords who are colluding, right? Good question. Why don't they? Why don't they indeed? And the reason they don't do that is because they are wedded to this, quasi-Republican policy themselves, either through a lack of courage, a belief that the United States is actually against their policies rather than for the policies, especially like the policies for the working class, or, yeah, maybe they're just so compromised by the same money in politics that controls the Republicans as well. Or for whatever reason, it's not good, because what it allows to happen is for the Democrats to be so close to the Republicans on an issue that the American people do not see the difference. And when that happens, all it takes is that J.D. Vance is like, I really feel bad for the working class. It's very tough. You're trying to pay for eggs, you're trying to pay for bacon, you're trying to pay for housing. It's not easy, and he doesn't know what he's talking. He doesn't know what that feels like. That's not real. He's not going to do anything good for you. But the Democrats doing such a bad job, the Democrats being afraid of their own shadow, that's what hurts them worse than anything.
Like that could be to ease people's expectations or set expectations low. But also, not only is he a bad debater and he might be nervous, I do personally think that like JD Vance is definitely a solid attack dog because he's a disgusting person.
What?
Okay?
Oh,
he is a disgusting person. He is amoral. He is a bloodless, soulless, careerist little rat monster. Okay. And much like Pete Buttigieg, that type of person does fairly well in debates. You got to be like a sociopath. Okay. Many politicians are. I don't think Tim Walz is. Okay. He doesn't have that smoke. You know who else didn't have that smoke, even though he's a good guy? And I'm not even like comparing them. in terms of their ideology. But Bernie Sanders, great dude overall, not a good debater. He was way too limited in his lines of attacks. Okay. Now Tim practiced.
Yeah, but what about his lines of flight?
It does not matter. My point is, he's too nice, I think. And beyond that, more importantly, Tim Walz was a very good communicator of even Kamala Harris's dog policies. Okay. But ever since the rollout, they've kind of put him on the back burner. Okay. They've kind of basically cast him aside. They're like, all right, Tim, all right, Timmy two-time, chill out. Okay. And I personally think that given the reality that Tim already is like nice, not a very good debater, and also on top of that, the fact that he's like basically rate limited, having to defend Kamala's dog policies, that's a triple Monty you don't want to be on. Now, on the other side, you have Jedediah Don Vance, JD Vance, who is patently unlikable, gross, disgusting, amoral, freakish monster. Looks like a German boy whose lollipop fell on the floor. And
oh no, he kind of does.
He always is out there looking like mein lolly. Like, that's what he looks like. He's nasty. He's got eyeshadow. Nobody likes to look at him. Everyone's like, bro, ew, stop. Can I not look at you, please? Even Trump looks sexier than JD Vance. Okay? Mein lolly. Anyway, JD Vance has that working against him. JD Vance also disgusting podcast monster, you know, just is also like has this like nervous energy. His real nervous, like please like me type energy that he has, I think comes across as really gross. Okay. On the other hand, it seems that Lena Habba was JD Vance's debate coach. So I don't know if this is real or not, but if it is real, he will take a L for sure. I mean, that's crazy. JD Vance is like Jeb Bush, but less sad. Yeah. He's just gross. He sucks. He is a brown noser through and through. I don't think Americans like that type of thing. Overall, I think JD Vance, being the gross little piglet that he is going.
He's got so much smoke for JD Vance.
Attack Tim Walz. Mercy.
Davy Cliff with the super chat. I still don't understand why they leaked Walz took a cold shower before the debate. That is weird. And that's the one thing that Walz has got working for him, right? Against Vance, is that Vance is a fucking weirdo. But like, yeah, tonight it was just weird. It was weird vibes. It was awkward. It was awkward all around. And yeah, it was awkward with Walz. Now, I don't like what Walz said about Israel either. I also noticed that out of any response he gave, that was the most like fumbled, like speaking that he did. That was the worst kind of like, it almost felt like he was nervous when he was saying that. And I wonder how much of that is that maybe he doesn't entirely agree with that.
Mercilessly. And
describing Shady Vance is nightmarishly accurate. You're right, Izzy.
Maybe Tim Walz will be able to just showcase how weird that is. And if he can do that, then he'll come across unscathed. But if he can't do that, and he's rate limited by Kamala's policies, and he doesn't have a firm grasp of what's in front of him, then he's absolutely...
Okay, so yeah, rate limited by Kamala's policies. That's what I think I saw.
Cooked. And by cooked, I mean, ultimately, it doesn't matter because the VP debates are the most inconsequential thing. I'll be honest with you. Like, there's not a lot of motion here. Okay? There's not a lot of motion here. There's not a lot of movement. There's not a lot of momentum. I think the Kamala momentum is gone.
What is the response he should have given on Israel? The response he should have given is that the Biden administration has been fucking shit up for a really long time. And that Biden's strategy of bear hugging Netanyahu and giving Israel everything it fucking wants and continuing to arm Israel as it pursues ethnic cleansing in Gaza is both amoral Communist invading radicals, will ya? Okay, I think we're okay. Do we survive? Did the stream survive? Oh no. Oh no. Chat, are we okay? We might have dumped the regular stream. No, the regular stream's okay. We survived. I think we're okay. Are we okay? Can I get a chat? Is everything okay? We just had a little hiccup. We just had a little hiccup. I think we're okay though, right? I just need to hear from chat to make sure everything is okay on your side, because that's what's important. I'm still here. The regular chat is down. Really? It doesn't look like it is. Anyway, I'm gonna keep this going. See what we got going on with the regular chat.
Said it would go away post DNC, especially. I think
Shorts is going okay.
Stop that dead in its tracks. That's why you haven't seen like enough movement in the polls. I don't know if the media will be gracious enough not to bring up Israel, or at least the Iranian attacks. They probably have to. I mean, that's a huge story in terms of foreign policy. But
what? Hassan thought there was any chance that the media's not going to talk about what's going on in Israel? Oh my God, no, there's no shot. How do you not know this, Hassan? Of course they're going to talk about that. Look, it could be anything. Anything happens in that day, they will add it. They'll be like, ooh, this is current, this is breaking. Let's add that to the, list, right? Of course they're going to talk about it.
They'll abide by the uniparty principle there and ask it in a way that is like favorable to both parties. I can see people considering them more consequential than usual because Trump is brainless, so Vance is thought as the brains of the operation, and Harris didn't get a primary, so Walz is the new blood, new quantity that people are interested in. Do you think people are that interested in it? I mean, this is a VP debate, and there's only 76,000 people in here that are waiting for it, Which is the original stream, the OG stream? I guess there's 368,000 watching on CBS, so that's, there's a lot of people watching. Is CBS the OG?
Tonight, with just over a month to go until Election Day, the first and only meeting between the two men who hope to become vice president
Let's
of the United
go.
States, Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota and Republican Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio.
Now, this is likely the final debate of this election cycle, and voting is already underway in 20 states. CBS News polling shows this remains a race either presidential candidate could win.
You can't fast forward through the ad breaks because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and if you no longer want to see those ads, you're gonna have to subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime.
You know what's at the end of this little journey?
That's right, at the top of the hour, in the middle of the hour, there's a 1-minute ad break, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Subscribe now
This is a CBS
for
News
free
special,
with a Twitch
live
Prime
from
or
CBS
for
News
$6.
headquarters.
Okay, so yeah, that goes for me too on Twitch. What is going on though? What is actually going on? It looks like the regular stream, the numbers have gone to hell, but the stream itself is fine. Right, so people just left for no reason? I don't know. It looks like the stream is still there. The stream is still there. The stream is still alive. Isn't it? Is it not? The stream is stuck buffering. That's not good.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Twitch and wides were down, huh? Did they come back up?
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. What was that attack from Shady Vance about Walz going to China was for? I was baffled by that. There was no point for it.
Well, you're talking about the attack from Shady Vance, or are you talking about the question from the moderators, right? They did. They asked him the question. I guess he talked about going to China while the Tiananmen Square thing. The stream keeps buffering. Okay, so it's there, but it's not good. Okay, so everybody come over to Shorts chat, I guess. What about Twitch? Is Twitch okay? Is Twitch doing okay? The main stream is still down. It says it's up. I don't know what's going on. Shorts is still going strong, though.
In New York,
Or you can get gifted a
America
sub. Here it
decides.
is.
The vice
The
presidential
night of the debate. The vice presidential debate is up.
The debate.
Good evening, I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and
Fuck
around
you,
the world.
Dan Bongino.
We have a consequential
Suck my
night
dick.
ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance tonight meeting for the first time.
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, that both campaigns have agreed to.
Okay, I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, it sounded like Hassan was talking, because the stuff he's saying is actually kind of prescient. I was assuming that we were getting his analysis from after the stream. But no, that's his preamble, right? That's his analysis going into that, and he was right. As far as Tim Walz was rate limited by the policy of the Kamala campaign, right? But I don't know. Like, I mean, there's no way to know what like Tim Walz's real thoughts are on Israel. But those are not the thoughts of a campaign. Do you know that she's actually in some polls losing Michigan? Right? Like, these bad policies have consequences beyond them just being an affront to humanity, right? Giving Israel a free hand to ethnically cleanse Gaza has consequences electorally. And that is that some of the most stalwart Democratic voters are now looking to vote for Jill Stein, directly related to that policy.
Questions will be directed at one candidate who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
CBS News.
Okay, I'm not sure what happened to us on the full-scale stream and on... It looks like Twitch is back. No? No, it's not, is it? That's wild. Oh my God, chat! I'm so nervous. I don't know the possibility, but we got taken down at the same time. No, there's no way that was a takedown. I'm just trying to make sure I didn't get hit by a takedown. I'm now worried about watching the debate because of what just happened. Like, rewatching the debate, which is what Hassan's about to do here. Like, I mean, I guess we could fast forward to after the debate and see what he says in the post. All right, here we go.
But I will say about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio. But there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this. And that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma.
God damn it.
I know he's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done.
Okay, sorry, it's moments like this that I hate Adam Mockler, all right? This is the Democrats being craven fucking scumbags, caving in to the worst of the Trumpian policies, literally being like, yeah, Trump was right, build the wall. And Mockler's like, yes, yes, go Team Democrat. It's like he doesn't care if they change their proposals, if they change their policies tomorrow, and it was like, you know, ban all LGBT everything and be like, yes, ban the LGBT. Like, I don't know. This guy's got no fucking soul. I don't know.
Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents. Detection for drugs. DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no. Told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him to, what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things?
That was Tim Walz absolutely torching both JD Vance and Donald Trump at the same time, just absolutely laying it down on the debate stage in New York during their CBS debate tonight. And my favorite part is Donald Trump made the decision.
So here's the deal, right? There's different ways to watch the election. Now, it does appear like team sports. The coverage, the horse race, all this stuff. It feels like sports. But the reason you're interested in politics is because you care about what happens in the world. You care about what happens in the country. And that's the policy. And that is more important than winning elections. That's the one thing that's more important than winning the elections. Now, usually, like, you know, getting the policy that you want passed, you know, kind of goes hand in hand with winning the elections. So there is that relationship there. But there's no point in winning elections if you're just going to do so, but you're like, I'm just going to adopt every single policy of my opponent. Then you're just like, okay, so you're doing your opponent's policy. Right? You're scoring, but you're in the wrong end zone. Do you get me?
For some reason, to live tweet or live truth about the debate as it was happening, and it made him look so incredibly unhinged. We have 35 days to go until the election and no time to waste. Let's break down some of the best debate clips, and let's break down Donald Trump's absolute tantrum on Truth Social. So 26 minutes ago, he said, okay, let's go. We're getting ready to go. Within the same minute, 25 minutes ago, he said, both young ladies have been extremely biased anchors. He said that within the minute that the debate started. He started to say that the anchors were biased.
I'm sorry, both young ladies.
He's been indoctrinated with lies, thinking he can override his own incompetence. He's as nervous as you get, which he is Trump talking about here.
He's talking about Walz, and he's actually right. Walz seemed very nervous. I don't know about indoctrinated, but like my thought was that he might not 100% agree with the Israel policy that he's being forced to, right? We shouldn't be in this situation. The United States should not be like wiping Israel's butt for it off a war that it is starting, that Netanyahu very much seems to want, that is going to be harmful to everyone. The entire Middle East, including Israel, and the United States. It's going to be harmful to the world, right? Nobody should want that war to fucking happen. And yet this is what happens when you give Netanyahu a free hand. Instead of conditioning, at the very least, conditioning aid on a ceasefire, right? Israel wants the people, the voters in the country, the people that have family that's being held hostage. They want a ceasefire so their family can come home and alive, right? They just had a bunch of hostages die because Netanyahu refused to negotiate. Yeah, like this has been a horrible policy, but yeah, you know, you just saw Walz like deep throat it, and I don't know if he actually believes that stuff. My theory, the thing I want to be true is that he was uncomfortable saying that shit because he knew it was morally reprehensible, which it is.
He then said, a great defense of me and the administration of fake charges by an obviously not very bright governor. I mean, Donald Trump has turned into a full-on bull.
James Knight says, I'll be down if Trump went back to doing The Apprentice. That's one thing that he's good at, James Knight. Yeah, you're on it. I liked him in that. He's a very entertaining gentleman. Gentleman. I won't call him a gentleman. He's not a gentleman. He's a fucking monster. But he's a very entertaining monster. All right?
Bully, calling VP Kamala Harris and Tim Walz stupid, calling them mentally impaired, not very bright. He then said, Walz is taking so many notes, never seen a candidate take more. He needs the notes.
There were a lot of notes.
To keep his brain intact, or maybe he's just thorough. That's a quality that we want in a vice president. He then said, the administration admitted that the IRA that Walz just brought up was a hoax. You know what? Let's fact check JD Vance for a second. JD Vance talks about manufacturing here.
What would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas.
Okay, so JD Vance falsely claims that Harris's policies have led to more manufacturing overseas, but this chart right here shows manufacturing is booming under President Biden and Vice President.
Now, that's the one thing you can't do during a debate is use a visual aid, and this visual aid would have been great.
Harris. Total construction spending in U.S. manufacturing, you can see right here, in 2018, the red section, through 2020 was Trump's turn. And then as soon as 2021 hits and Biden takes office, you can see the CHIPS and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, all of these things spur massive manufacturing within the U.S. That is JD Vance just lying, and that is exactly what we knew he was going to do on stage. Here's Governor Walz torching JD Vance.
But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago. A nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment.
Yep.
But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a call.
I don't know. Like right there, that was a pretty good point. But there's this weird thing where he's like, was Vice President Vance, right? There's some people at home watching at home that are like, Vice President Vance? Did he say Vice President Vance?
Trump said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance.
Senator Vance, okay. So you got to let that sink in. That was him. He said that, right? Because that's the thing that I don't think enough people realize this. I don't think the Democrats have done enough job, right? Can you imagine if Kamala Harris had gone on record saying, I think that Joe Biden might be an American Hitler in the making, right? I think that Joe Biden is unfit, or like not even like in 2020, right? Imagine if Kamala says that, right? They would be cooked. They would be cooked. This is a vice presidential candidate that is on record saying all kinds of bad things about Trump. And I feel like for some people, it takes a moment to sink in. And when he says it's Senator Vance said that, you kind of got to make a big deal about it. It's him. This guy right here. He said it. How do you explain yourself, sir? When did you change your mind? When did you decide that Donald Trump is the only thing that can save America versus Donald Trump is like the last person in the world we want to let get anywhere near the presidency? Make him answer that. Make it connect, right? Because not enough people get that. This is Vance saying this about Trump.
What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together.
Yep.
Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the vice president said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Amazing answer from Governor Walz there. I love when they hit on the point that Republicans are abandoning Trump en masse. People who worked closely with Donald Trump during his...
Okay, so chat, I really don't get what's going on. 300 seconds live latency stats for nerds. I've never seen that before. It keeps going up, so it recognized there should be a stream continuing. I don't know what's going on. I'm glad. It looks like everybody got into the streams, the shorts chat.
First term. People like Mike Pence are not...
I think that's the only thing we can do.
This man. I have worked closely with him, and he has a childlike understanding of the world around him. He's honestly a dumbass. Here's Governor Walz talking about climate change, fact-checking JD Vance.
Back to the climate change issue. There's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there...
One in chat if you made it over from the full-scale stream or from Twitch. Again, sorry we lost those two streams. I usually multi-stream. I usually stream on 3 different places. That's twitch.tv under nocommentchick, CC, YouTube under nocommentchick, and also I do a short stream. But for whatever reason, those other 2 streams, they bit the dust hard, and I've never seen anything. I don't know what's going on there, but we're just going to continue here if that's okay. Well, one in chat if you made it over from there.
Donald Trump called it a hoax, and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history.
Someone nuked your chat. I actually ended the stream at last when I realized it wasn't going to come back up. But yeah, I'm just going to try not to get upset about that. You know, it's technical difficulties. We'll deal. I mean, we've got this stream. This is the important one tonight, I guess.
That we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act.
Wait, it sounds like someone nuked it. What do you mean by that?
Has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back.
This is great messaging, and I can't wait for these clips to be circulated all over the internet. I absolutely love it. Here's Tim Walz talking about Iran, responding to JD Vance's false claims.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to who.
Yeah, and that we saw that earlier today.
Whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Great points from Tim Walz there. I mean, Donald Trump constantly dismisses the suffering of our service members, and in the process shows that he can't stop himself from belittling the military, shows that he cares more about himself and how he looks to other people than the actual people who have sacrificed themselves for our country. Here's one more clip of Tim Walz eviscerating the Republican ticket. Take a look.
We're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it...
Hey, look, if you've ever lived in an area where your power lines aren't buried, that shit is actually important. There's some places where for certain reasons you can't do it, right? But if you live in a windy environment, especially with a lot of trees, you're going to lose power a lot if you don't have those lines buried.
A hoax, and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that, and an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing.
Great.
Wait, that's my theory about your theory. The shorts is good though.
Oh, I hate how JD Vance is smugly smiling over here a little bit. Let's refresh Truth Social and let's see what Donald Trump is saying right now. I'm sure he's still going on an unhinged meltdown. He said, more notes. Why can't Walz just remember what he has to say? Low IQ. Margaret Brennan just fact-checked JD Vance incorrectly on climate change. When is she going to fact-check Tampon Tim on all of his false statements? Trump is melting down. He said, JD is steady and strong. Tampon Tim is sweating bullets. I mean, you could show me these and I would think that a 5th grader sent these posts out. JD is doing great. A different level of intelligence from Tampon Tim. I don't know why you guys watch this channel when you can just get A+ political commentary from Donald Trump's Truth Social. He said in 4 separate posts that JD Vance is doing great, JD Vance is steady and strong. He's just rewording that over and over, not adding any substance.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a disappointment. All right, we got one more here, the non-answer. So we're kind of looking at some of the analysis, especially the analysis of the clips. The clips, I think, are going to be the thing that has the most reach, right? I watched this, you watched it with me, but we're weird. We're into politics, all right? You watched a vice presidential debate with me, okay? You're a nerd. Most people aren't nerds like that. And so the way that they're going to see this stuff, it's going to filter to them through clips. And which clips? The ones that are the most viral. So we'll see what those could possibly be.
Show you the final moment of the debate where I believe Governor
I love how Ben Meiselas always looks like he's just like slightly stoned.
Walz won this debate against JD Vance, one of the most damning moments I saw, and those are the exact words that Governor Walz used in the debate. Here, play this clip.
He is still saying,
but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris...
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
...censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of...
There we go. There's the non-answer.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist...
Communist invading radicals. I need to find a shorter sound alert for that, don't I?
...of the 2020 COVID situation.
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further.
And unfortunately, in this debate, they saved the question of democracy until the very, very end. And that's where Governor Walz, I thought, went on the offense and won this thing. I think he started off slower, but watch Governor Walz.
So that's his argument, right? He started off slow, but the narrative of the debate was in favor of Walz. I mean, I guess it did get better for him. I just don't know if you would say that he won. And I, being a YouTuber, I tend to give priority to the beginning of a debate because that's, you know, if you look at a retention graph, right? The beginning of a video, the beginning of a debate is going to be more watched than the end.
Again, point out that this is very, very alarming that JD Vance will enable Donald Trump to overthrow our democracy. Here, play this clip.
Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
There was a moment earlier in the debate as well where JD Vance had his mic cut off because he was just continuing to blabber and lie. Let me show you that moment right here. Let's play it.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
we want to have
CBP app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora. Thank you.
J.D. Vance was asked again, would he challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies them? He couldn't answer that question. I wish they would have started the debate with this. Play this clip.
Vance, you have said you would not have certified
Okay, look.
election and would have asked the states to submit.
Up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I wish they would have started with this question, right?
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I wish they wouldn't have inserted the topical question about, what happened today in Israel in this debate, because again, this is a debate for the campaign. It is not just like you're sort of taking something that's a big deal right today and you're giving it top priority. And but I got to be real. The media is going to do that. If there's anything that's breaking news, right? This is where their mind is at. They know where their bread is buttered. The media knows that they get views from breaking news. So if they bring the breaking news into the debate, theoretically, I mean, I don't think anybody watches these things anyway, but they're going to get more views.
Alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora.
Vance did a great job. Kaden, I think Vance did an adequate job, and I think Tim Walz was shaky.
First of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policy.
But look, that's just me watching the entire debate from the beginning to the end. Now, there's going to be another wave of effect that this debate causes coming from the clips that are made of this debate, and especially the clips that go viral, right? So, like I said, I'm a nerd, you're a nerd, we watch this live. Most people don't do that. Most people are going to see this through clips. And we're going to see how the clips cut, because right now I'm actually seeing a surprising number that look bad for Vance and that look good for Walz.
Make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020.
Why did they only fact check one side, Mike? They didn't fact check. This is CBS. They didn't fact check.
And my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square. And that's all I've said. And that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left the White House. And now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration.
No doubt the moderator, Margaret Brennan, was not, I think, feeling J.D. Vance's response about childcare, which was a very basic question. Again, he was just doing word salad the entire night. Play this clip.
And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, childcare options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Also, yeah, here's another place where I think Walz did badly, right? Kamala had a great night against Trump in terms of her facial expressions. Now, some people disagree with me. Some people think it was too much, but I thought she did really well with her facial expressions in reacting to Donald Trump. J.D. Vance looked troubled the entire night. And yeah, a lot of what Tim Walz looked troubled the entire night. And yeah, a lot of what J.D. Vance says is troubling, but you can't react like your daughter is telling you that the pregnancy test, came up positive or something. Like, I don't know. Like, he looks genuinely concerned, and that's just not the right look for a debate. So yeah, you actually get even worse than this. You actually get, some looks from Walz where his eyes are, bugged out. And
how that will solve the child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Governor Walz calling out Donald Trump for having a concept of a plan and wanting to repeal the Affordable Care Act. Let's play it.
But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor Walz talking about Donald Trump's failure on COVID leading to the collapse of our economy. Play the clip.
You want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one.
Here, Governor Walz, I thought, was very strong on women's reproductive rights. Let's play it.
The question got asked, and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today.
Here, Governor Walz points out that Donald Trump continues to call the climate and climate change a hoax. Let's play it.
First of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane. And my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together to solve the governors, and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover. But we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax, and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about, how do we mitigate these disasters?
Here, Governor Walz is saying, we got to stop demonizing people. Let's play it.
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me.
YouTube is glitching again? Oh no.
I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of.
Are we doing okay, chat?
The Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this.
Yeah, blazing frying pan. You're absolutely right. That first question was brutal, but he did get, you know, more in his zone. The stream's okay.
Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
And here Governor Walz says he doesn't like to talk about a religion always in public, but here's what he says. Let's play it.
I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it, and it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Anyway, tell me what you thought about the debate. My overall view was I thought that Governor Walz started off slower than I would have liked. I thought the beginning...
Okay, I'm glad you're at least admitting that.
In my opinion, J.D. Vance, slick talker, lied about everything, but had a stronger start. I think it evened out after the first commercial break. Then I thought there was that final moment where Governor Walz dropped the hammer. I thought it was a game changer right there. As lots of commentators are saying.
So here's my take on this, right? Like I analyzed the beginning to the end, and I came up with that even though Walz improved towards the end, you know, the beginning was so bad, you got to call that an L. But like I said, most people aren't going to watch it from the beginning to the end. Most people are going to watch it through clips. And I have seen a lot to convince me that there's a lot of these clips are going to be brutal for Vance. Some of the clips are brutal for Walz. I guess we'll see which ones, you know, have the virility to have the reach to define what was an otherwise kind of boring and, like I said, sort of like strangely friendly. Just a little too friendly for me, right? There was a little too much.
For example, as David Axelrod is saying, Vance was doing well tonight, and then Walz asked a direct question about the 2020 election, and Vance ran from it like a bat out of hell. I agree with that right there. Anyway, hit subscribe. Let's get to 4 million subscribers. Thanks for watching.
Okay. Thank you, Midas Touch. So we're pretty sure it wasn't like oh shit. We got some reaction from MSNBC.
Who is in the spin room at the site of the debate with our friend Claire McCaskill.
I just want you to know that Claire McCaskill risked life and limb to get into this room. Almost got bounced from the debate.
Okay, yeah, Rachel Maddow unironically saying that JD Vance lost.
I thought they were going to tase me trying to get into the spin room. The Secret Service was a little out of control here tonight. And
like most Americans, we blame Donald Trump Jr. for the problems.
Yes. Yes.
But
Nice.
I want to call her. He's sitting right next to us, so I won't.
They seem like they've had a few. Am I wrong, chat? Anybody else detect that? They seem like they've maybe had a few. God damn, I'm having technical difficulties. I don't know if it's bad on your end, but
Go on at length about that, but Secret Service protection, much more hardcore this debate than the last one. Claire, there is a new sort of CBS, I will call it a snap poll after this debate, and the people who are asked who won the VP debate, 42% of them say J.D. Vance won it, 41% say Governor Walz won it, 17% say it's a tie.
Really? 42 to 41? That sounds like some home cooking. That cannot be right.
About that surprise you?
No, I think the debate, first of all, J.D. Vance tried to do one thing and he focused on it.
I'm surprised not more people said it was a tie. I could imagine saying it was a tie. I could see somebody saying that Vance, or like that Walz was really bad in the beginning, but he was cooking by the end of it. It's kind of a wash.
Tried to be Tim Walz.
That's right. He's friends with school shooters.
He tried to be the nice guy, and he was very smooth. And the other thing about J.D. Vance is that
the thing is Chuckle Hub, right? The Tim Walz doesn't seem like he's friends with school shooters, whereas J.D. Vance does. You know what I'm saying? And it's not fair. Tim Walz did say a very stupid thing, but if it had been J.D. Walz that had said that, oh, you'd never hear the end of it. Because he like fits the profile. It's like, yeah, I believe you. You are friends with school shooters. I'm sure of it.
He's a better liar than Donald Trump. He wraps it up in prettier ribbon with a bigger.
CNN is the poll shows Vance. They made them answer. Wow, thanks, Queen Bee. Queen Bee's got a poll where they actually made that. They didn't give them the choice to say it was a tie. Right? And it was 51 to 49 for Vance, which is like probably within the margin of error. So that's surprising to me. That's very close.
And does it with such a straight face and does it so effortlessly. Trump, lots of times when he lies, you kind of like can tell. No, this guy's a really good liar. And he obviously lied. I mean, I about fell out of my chair when he said on the ACA, because I was there. I was in the Senate chamber when John McCain walked in and gave the thumbs down.
Walz looks like he could be friends with a shooter. No way. Vance is friends with a shooter.
Yeah. I know what Donald Trump tried to do to the ACA. And
allegedly.
The idea that he would try to pretend that somehow he was protecting it. The other thing that struck me about the debate is I think most Americans, and I know you guys have probably talked about this already, but most Americans...
I don't want to listen to Claire McCaskill. No offense. No offense.
Americans don't see the vice president as the policymaker. And I don't remember any time during the debate that they talked about the Pence years when Trump was president.
The Pence administration?
The Pence administration, and that Pence did all these things. And so I don't think most...
That's actually a great thing to hit back with. Humor. Yes, that would go a long way. When they say their thing about this, Kamala had 4 years to do whatever she wanted, as if she was the president, right? Then they should be like, yeah, what about Pence? Oh God, no, nobody would get that. It's too cerebral, but I love it. I love it. It's too cerebral, but I love it.
Americans really believe the vice president has the power to pass legislation and implement policy unless she is working on behalf of the president she's serving. So I don't think that is, I think that's one of the reasons probably the debate polling is so close. And I think the debate probably in the long run, even though Vance was a really good liar, and even though he tried to be really nice.
I gotta be honest, this sounds like cope.
I think it's probably a wash.
I talked to Jason Miller, the senior Trump campaign advisor, after the
Look, like I said, I could see saying it's a wash. All right, but the way that she said it sounds like cope.
Debate, and I brought up the January 6th exchange at the end of the debate, and I said, is that a problem for your campaign? And he said, if that's all Democrats have, then I'm not worried. What do you think?
I think they should be worried.
If that's all Democrats have, what's the big deal about January 6th? Am I right?
It was so stark. It was at the end of the debate. It was a dramatic moment. It was unbelievable that he would not say that Trump lost the election. He would not say they would not try to do the same play again. So I do think that was the most damning moment. As some of our colleagues said earlier, that's kind of when it all fell apart, I think, for Vance at the end. And you realize, okay.
Now, here's my question, chat. Were they drinking out of nervousness? Were they drinking because they're like, oh, I don't know how this debate's going to go. Let me toss back a few. Or were they drinking because it happened and they were like celebrating?
Maybe this all was just an act and he really is just a Donald Trump wannabe.
I am disturbed by the phenomenon that you have called out, which is this attempt to revise history.
They're the same people that said Trump had a 10% chance to win the election against Hillary. That was the New York Times.
In real time. It's something our own Steve Bannon at MSNBC has written a book about. But the idea that you can basically rewrite the facts.
That was a number of different press outlets.
Minutes after they unfolded, whether or not it's Donald Trump saying he had nothing to do with the killing of the Langford.
But the sad thing is that we'll never know. Like, maybe there actually was. Like, maybe there actually was a 10% chance. We'll never know. You know what I mean? That's the whole thing. It's like, okay, so if there's a 0% chance that what happened, then that's definitely wrong. And if there's a 100% chance that what didn't happen, happened, that's definitely wrong. But other than that, you just don't know. Because a 10% chance of winning still means a 10% chance of winning. It means that 1 out of 10 times, that's what will happen. And some elections are that 1 out of 10 times. So it's not as easy to scoff as you might think. Although I do it all the time.
Partisan immigration bill, whether it's J.D. Vance saying he never supported a national abortion ban. And the question is the sort of universe of information so bifurcated into the truth and the not truth, Earth 1 and Earth 2, that all of those assertions on the Vance-Trump ticket don't actually matter, that the lies don't matter? Or do you think the truth actually eventually breaks through?
I don't know, but I do know this. There is something deeply ironic that they had a debate question about Tim Walz misspeaking about when he was in China 35 years ago, but Donald Trump said some outrageous lies today, and every day makes outrageous lies, and there was not one.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Claire McCaskill, not a good spokesperson for the Democratic Party.
Question about being a vice president.
She's not exactly winning me over here.
Candidate to a man who says daily massive things. I mean, just what he said about Kemp and President Biden and the hurricane disaster just yesterday.
Yeah.
The idea that they're making a big deal out of a misstatement of Walz when Donald Trump is a walking line machine.
Literally every minute, every hour on the hour.
Unbelievable.
Senator Claire McCaskill, take her to the club because she's going to get you in. Over to you, Rachel.
What would we have done had you actually got tased, though, Claire, honestly? I mean, we would have had...
It would have been a story.
It would have been a story.
It would have been a story.
Alex, will you please accompany...
What is going on? This atmosphere is bothering me. I can't watch. Aw.
Sanchi, super chatted $10. This dono is for the mods. I see what they go through, but they are working hard at keeping the peace in the chat. We appreciate you.
For real. For real. Mods, how bad has it been tonight? As far as I feel, it doesn't seem like there's as much just trollery, but
I think just what got me mad was I found out they let Hannity in, and they were about to let the dog puppet in, and they hadn't let
the dog puppet. You mean Triumph?
But now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Chat, she's talking about Triumph, the insult comic dog. The dog puppet? They were gonna let the dog puppet in? They were gonna let Triumph, the insult comic dog, in? That's a great idea. Triumph should be debating or at least moderating the debates. Yeah. Triumph should be the moderator. That would be great. I would watch that. Do you know what I'm talking about, chat? Thank you, Izzy Sanchez, by the way. Thank you for the super chat.
Me in. I'm going, come on, guys.
The dog puppet was advocating. The Daily Show dog puppet was advocating for the senator to be let out.
Well,
what? They are drunk, aren't they?
The dog puppet actually said Claire should go in before the dog puppet. And I said thank you for that.
Well, you know what? If there's one thing that can bring Americans together, I mean,
he has a name. His name is Triumph.
I really feel like the dog puppet can show us the way. We're glad you're okay. Say thank you to the dog for us.
Oh my God. Say hi to Triumph, the insult comic dog, for me. I got excited for a second. I saw a Mehdi Hasan video called Post-Debate Discussion, but it was post his debate with Elon Levy.
Let's talk about the state of democracy. The top issue.
Let's talk about the state of democracy. It's not very good.
Economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th.
She is way too serious.
You have said you would not have
This delivery, I can't.
The last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing.
God, I just underestimate how actually unlikable he is.
Affordable, make grocery.
He's worse than Matt Gaetz, chat, and that's not nothing. He's worse than like Matt Gaetz, Ted Cruz, and Rick Santorum wrapped into one unlikable person, and with Ron DeSantis, with a side of Ron DeSantis.
It's affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your
like he is Trump's de sanctimonious
question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020.
Do you think they make out?
And my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square. And that's all I've said. And that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left.
Oh my God, I hate this guy.
The White House. And now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration.
The more I look at him, the more I hate him.
I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans.
Tim Walz is like, I got to write this down.
Casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology.
See what I mean? He looked too grave. And it's bad because people don't really know him. Right. And what they've seen of Walz is super like high energy and positive. And this is not good. This is not that. Right.
companies silencing their fellow citizens, and it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans,
Oh my God, I'm such a bitch when it comes to analyzing debates.
she'd like to censor people who engage
That's why people hate me, chat, because I'm such a bitch.
in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that, to me, is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here. And I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator.
Me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag. Several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's that.
What? You shake hands and so wait, after you lose, right? You shake hands and you try to help the other side. Wait, it just like I'm getting mixed up in the football metaphor here.
That's what was
right. I was on a football field.
Stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is
in my brain
imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but
you got to spit on your hand first and then shake hands. Have you ever seen that? I think it's like a boomer thing. What the fuck is that, chat? Have you seen what I'm talking about? Two people like spit on their hand and they shake hands. What is up with that? Why do they do that? That is so weird. That has got to be the weirdest thing ever. Like, who thought, shaking hands is great, but what would be even better? If we spit on our hand first and then we shake hands. That would be fucking awesome. What if the other person has like a lug? Like, it's like one of the, there's a little sputum, It's like, that's so gross. That's so gross.
Happened.
How is that real?
January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Okay, I know I injected that. They didn't mention the spitting. He just mentioned shaking hands. But I just imagined him shaking hands with JD Vance, and there was a spit on one or both sides, and it was gross. And my imagination is a thing of wonders, truly.
Margaret?
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win. And I think
he'll definitely spit.
We're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results,
Hillary Clinton does say some shit.
Results of the election, I'm on.
But I'm not sure she said that. I'm not sure she said that.
But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance, I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement, but this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us.
Then explain it, motherfucker.
For not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy.
Vance nailed it. Vance is deflecting.
That will long outlive this present political moment. I would
like nailed what? The pivot?
Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers.
You guys wanted to.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticized.
That is fucking health misinformation. At the time of the largest public health crisis in our fucking generation. That is the fucking definition, J.D. Vance, of fire in a crowded theater.
The policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah, well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is where is the firewall with Donald?
Yeah, Mike's Pence was almost not on this planet.
Trump. Where is the firewall if he knows? He could do.
Trump conceded by leaving the White House. Mr. Logic and Reason.
Anything, including.
Oh no, he left the White House. That's him conceding.
Making an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it. That's what
every other candidate that lost. The day that it was shown that they had lost. The day that they said, okay. Congratulations, President, other person that's not me, because I fucking lost. And I accepted that. But there's one man that has been president that has an ego that is too large to let him admit the fucking truth. And that is Donald Jameson Trump. the third. That is Donald Jameson Trump. He is such a loser, he can't even admit when he lost.
We're asking you, America, will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Okay, we got maybe more Cope.
A cordial debate between these two men.
Why do I love Cope so much, chat? Why am I such a Cope fiend?
I wouldn't describe them as evenly matched.
I just love watching people cope. It's great. It's great when somebody's on the air denying the obvious truth, even if there's somebody, even if it's like not the other side.
Because they are so different. So different in style and so different on substance. Very interested to hear from the spin room, to hear from all of my colleagues here, to get to all of the analysis that we're going to get to. I think the big picture takeaway from this is that one of these candidates is much slicker than the other, is a much more practiced kind of professional debate style speaker, and the other candidate won. There was one bad moment for Tim Walz in this debate where he got mixed up and embarrassed in answering a question about exactly what month he had been in.
There was just one little...
But now they're a freaking communist.
There was just one little issue.
China in relation to the Tiananmen Square protest. But then on guns, on January 6th, on Obamacare, on the economy, on blaming everything on the border, back again on healthcare, on abortion, on every issue on substance, J.D. Vance was very polished and very slick, and Tim Walz beat him on all the substantive points. At least that was my take on it. I do think that there was one very blunt, very easily disprovable lie on a very important issue that is going to be real trouble for J.D. Vance coming out of this, which was him saying, I never supported a national ban on abortion.
Oh, yeah.
J.D. Vance is bluntly on the record and on...
Yeah, they've already made a tape. They've already made a supercut of J.D. Vance saying that I've never said that I endorsed a national ban on abortion. And then it's a cut to a tape of him saying exactly that. Pretty brutal.
Saying, I want abortion to be illegal nationwide. His actual quote was, I certainly would like abortion to be illegal nationally. Saying I never supported a national abortion ban, when that's out there, is something you're never going to shake in your campaign, particularly when so much of the country is mobilized on this issue of reproductive rights, the first presidential election after the fall of Roe versus Wade. Nicole.
I have not watched Rachel Maddow in like forever. It's kind of wild, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie.
Oh, why am I always first?
Because you lost short straw.
So I think that J.D. Vance spent the night sort of building an intricate and beautiful fort out of toothpicks.
What? No, you can't just have toothpicks. You need toothpicks and marshmallows, right? Is that the recipe? Or no, toothpicks and gumdrops. That's a better building material. That's what you need. You need toothpicks and gumdrops.
And it was perfect. And at the end, he sneezed on it. The whole thing fell apart.
Oh, he sneezed on the gumdrops, chat.
The broken toothpicks. I think that God bless the people who watched the whole thing and stayed locked in on it.
Oh, God bless you all, chat. God bless us, every one of us.
I checked in with about 20 people all who do this and watch this for a living, and they were kind of in and out of some parts of it. But no matter how you watch this.
Yeah, it was a weird debate. I gotta be honest. I feel like I might watch it again. Just because I feel like either I talked over some parts or there were some parts that I just didn't notice that are kind of interesting.
If you cannot say what happened in 2020, and the only reason you're there is because what actually happened in 2020 is that Donald Trump sent his supporters to hang Mike Pence, just ask them, then you lose. And I think that Governor Walz had a lot of great moments Tim Walz built that perfect artifice. I mean, J.D. Vance built this perfect artifice. He was speaking as though he were running to be Mitt Romney's vice. I mean, he was like, he spoke tonight. It was a performance that was kind of amazing and totally disconnected from the person who he's running with, Donald Trump.
But still unable to say that Trump lost the election in 2020.
In that moment,
unable to say it.
In the moment, I think everything that he did for 88 minutes was lost and wiped out by that one inability to tell the truth in front of a huge television audience.
Chris,
that. Oh my God, Random Girl 3PO, they're right though. I had to click on live chat to see you.
Moment was the moment of the night. I mean, it's like, wait, why is he here? Oh, right, the Mike Pence thing, right? So that was the moment of the night. JD,
wait a minute. Chris Hayes is like bigger than I thought. Like I always thought Chris Hayes was like tiny.
This, right? I mean, this is what he's been doing since he was in college and Yale Law. It's like talking to libs and being kind of like, well, I sort of agree with you here, but here's the other part of this. Like, and he did that all perfectly fine. I thought Walz on the substance, particularly on healthcare, was very, very strong on healthcare, on the sort of basic of like the tax cuts and who you're fighting for. Again, these are meat and potato core messages.
Meat and potato. Let's go. Let's go.
The two moments that I think kind of broke me a little bit, and I don't know about the median information level of the viewer, the level of gaslighting to say that Donald Trump saved the ACA.
Yes, he saved Obamacare.
Like,
really? I thought I was supposed to be the gaslighter.
National television. Yeah. And said that Donald Trump had saved Obamacare.
In a bipartisan way.
That's what I got told in Sunday's chat.
And despite the fact trying to reveal,
but most of chat doesn't know who Sunday is, so
reveal it multiple times. And Walz did a very good fact check on that. And then
he's like this other streamer guy that hates me. He's bad.
I thought nothing was going to top that, but what topped it was he handed power over peacefully on January 20th. It's like,
said it twice.
Well, yes, when the coup failed and the cops' brains had all been bashed in and there were actual dead bodies and blood on the Capitol, 14 days later, we did manage to actually do it.
And he didn't show up for the transfer of power, by the way. He said it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th. And everybody's like, what is that alternate universe in which that happened? I would like to visit. It seems nice and much less violent. Joy.
Yeah. I mean, at that moment when Tim Walz said, you really can't answer that question. You really can't say that.
No, chat, I almost didn't stream tonight. Because Sunday was like asking me to come on and talk. But I had to do this. This was a prior commitment, right? This is a scheduled event. I'm not going to like dip out and flake on a scheduled event just for some loser.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking.
But honestly, chat, here's the deal. All right. I'm annoyed by Sunday. I'm annoyed by his obsession with Tyler.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I end up having to cover it all. I think I have the solution, all right? The one and only solution. I've got to get President Sunday and Westside Tyler to shake hands and be friends again. And then they'll be everything will be fine. It'll be less annoying.
Donald Trump lost the election. You can't do that. That was the moment of the night. But I was just going through and catalog. You guys have mentioned some of them. He said there were 25
No, he wanted me to come on his fucking stream.
million undocumented immigrants in the country. It's probably more like 15, 16. He said that
He was like pressuring me to come on his stream like right then.
He repeatedly lied about Springfield again and did it so insistently that he had to have his mic muted because he kept trying to jump in and continue to lie about these people. He said they were brought in through something called the CBP-1 app, and that is an app that immigrants can use to come in and get a certain kind of visa. That was launched in 2020 under, drumroll, Donald Trump. He says...
Yeah, but Yurison, who was Trump attacked by? 2 Trump supporters. Does that tell you something about who's got a problem with dangerous rhetoric? That's right, it's Trump. It's Trump. Like the 2 attackers were 2 supporters. Or jilted fans or like people that had changed their minds about Trump, right? They used to really love Trump. Now they really hate him.
That he never supported a national abortion ban. I have here a printout that is already circulating all over social media. This is from the campaign website of J.D. Vance when he ran for the United States Senate. It is headlined, "End Abortion." He says he's 100% pro-life, believes abortion has turned our society into a place where we see children as an inconvenience, on and on and on. You also gave one of the quotes, "I would certainly like to see abortion illegal nationally." He also said he was sympathetic.
Calling people maggots isn't criticism. Wait, who got called a maggot? That's not an insult I use, okay? I say chud. Are you okay with chud? I just want to make sure, like, because there's no reason to be needlessly offensive. Yeah, I don't say maggots. I feel like it sounds a little too much like like a slur.
To the view that a national ban would be necessary to stop women from traveling across states to obtain an abortion. So he's in favor of a sort of...
Sunday loves to do the villain monologue and then ban. It's funny, in my opinion, but people don't like when you act like an anime character in real life, you know? Am I acting like one, or is he?
Fugitive Slave Act to stop abortion. So he said that as well. He blamed undocumented...
Explain chud.
...for everything from rising house prices...
Have you not seen Chud Jack before? Is chat familiar with the Chud Jack? Millions must whatever.
Food prices, inflation, maybe ghosts and bad weather. I mean, he was blaming undocumented immigrants for every single thing. I think Tim Walz was really skillful in knocking those things down individually because he was speaking as a governor and could speak from his own experience. He did a great job talking about housing costs and how those actually worked. The bipartisan way to save health care was absolutely absurd. He said most of our solar panels are coming from China. It's literally the opposite. Google the Department of Education that says 80% of our solar panels come from, drum roll, the United States. Trump peacefully gave over power on January 20, kind of skipped January 6th when he was trying to overthrow the government. He couldn't answer the question, did Trump lose the election? A smooth lie is still a lie.
I am not familiar with the Chud Jack.
Yeah. J.D. Vance is incredibly smooth, but he said, number one, nothing memorable. There's nothing clippable in what he said. They were just all smooth, bland lies. He got outdone by Tim Walz, who may be awkward. It took him a while to get warmed up, but he won the debate because he actually had substance. He was relatable, and he didn't go in there to slay J.D. Vance.
Oh.
He went in there to show himself.
You don't want to see Tim Walz when he's in slay mode, right?
And he showed himself to be bipartisan. He showed himself to be reasonable. He showed himself to be practical. He acted as a governor. And a lot of people are complaining that he didn't knock J.D. Vance.
Well, I just feel bad for him. Like, right, I was watching him A-log on Tyler today, and it was so sad. And I had to say something, and then they all got mad at me. And they said I was, oh my God, what is it called? Like, concern trolling? I wasn't trolling.
Out, and that he wasn't rhetorically cruel, but that was not his.
That would be cruel. When a dude is like 4 beers into a binge, and he is obsessing about some guy that he used to be friends with. Okay, like it's like I wish I could help him.
It was obvious that his job was to sell Kamala Harris as president. He did.
Kristen Emmel wants to watch Fox. Are you asking to watch Fox News?
Very well. He won the debate.
I wrote a note to myself that he was not on offense against Vance in the first half of the debate. And then he came back after that break, right? After the break, and was like, just.
He had a sandwich. And it.
Him on healthcare. And then
wait, what's it called? Runza's. He had a sandwich from Runza's.
January 6th,
Okay, I don't really know anything about Runza.
January 20th thing. I mean, I scratched out my own note. True, he was not on offense against Vance for the first half of the debate, and then he came back and more than made up for it. Lawrence.
You know, he will be remembered for that final exchange about, did Trump lose the election? And he doesn't answer. His technique is to not answer. It makes him, by the way, the very first vice presidential candidate in history who doesn't know who won the last That's his place in history.
Where did you see this job listing?
But so
are the Republicans already in office?
It came at the end.
They've been drinking.
Of a long list of questions that he simply didn't answer. He said words, but didn't answer. For example, the first one he didn't answer. Norah O'Donnell asked him, Donald Trump says climate change is a hoax. Do you agree? That's a one-word answer, yes or no. He didn't answer that. He just kept talking. He was then asked, Margaret Brennan asked him, will you separate parents from children, even if the children are U.S. citizens? No answer. Did not answer that question. Your budget plan, Donald Trump's budget plan, will cost $5 trillion added to the national debt. What's your solution to that? No answer. Will you monitor pregnancy? Got an answer. He said no. Actually said no to that. Finally, there was an answer. He was then asked, where are you going to seize the federal lands to build on? And he gave no answer. Now, that's a really important question. If you're trying to build anything in America, we really want to know where it is. And a lot of people don't want it to be in their backyard.
And then, of course, Walz followed up on that by saying, so when you seize the federal land for the housing, is that also the federal land you're seizing for the drilling? Are we having people live in the oil derricks? Yeah. Are they all going to be together? No answer.
No answer. And then we get to the final big no answer, which is going to be on a loop now of, did he lose the election, and the inability to answer that. And so,
okay, if they really turn this to being about, like, yeah, there are some really bad clips. I'm seeing it now, undoubtedly. Cindy Prim, you might have been right all along. Maybe Walz somehow did secretly win. I don't know.
Just on that very simple debate concept of here's the question and you answer it, he lost spectacularly on any scorecard when you just give him a 0 for every single one that he didn't answer.
Can I say something about the moderators? Because we spend a lot of time on it before the debate, and they defied whatever. I mean, they did a great job.
Excellent moderation, much better than no comment chick.
And they also used.
I've heard she's a terrible moderator. I've heard she just sits there and lets like two people talk over each other at the same time.
Their mic muting powers. And I actually think if you're a woman, that might be the worst moment J.D. Vance had, because he was going to mansplain right over that mute button. He was, and again, I don't pretend to know how everyone will react to this. I think that a lot of women in positions of authority that should command respect just by virtue of that dynamic will see themselves as some dude that disrespected them and talked over. I mean, there was a moment like that with then vice presidential in the Harris-Pence debate where she said, I'm speaking.
Now, Frank Luntz said this exact thing about Donald Trump in my latest video. That Donald Trump reminded a lot of women of like men that, either like, I think like his words were their first husband's divorce attorney, right?
I mean, there was this real belief that what he had to say was more important than the debate rules and the moderators.
And to Joy's point, the substance of that moment was when he was lying about immigrants in Springfield, Ohio again. And Tim Walz had called him out on it. And then he was trying to say, no, I'm not lying. Let me tell you why I'm calling them illegal immigrants, even though they are not illegal immigrants. And let me mansplain the law to you. And the moderators at that point not only muted his mic, but said, thank you for explaining the law.
Yeah.
It's not what we're asking you about.
But that's when he also complained about being fact-checked, saying the rules said you cannot fact-check me.
Right.
That's one of the things that's in the video that we'll be hearing a lot of. Norah O'Donnell did a fact-check that was indirect at the end of the climate change discussion, and the discussion ended, and she just said directly, the overwhelming consensus among scientists is climate change is warming at an unprecedented rate. She just said it, not in a direct confrontation to J.D. Vance. So I saw that and I thought, Okay, there's that method. But then when it was a direct fact check to J.D. Vance,
Wait, did they actually fact check?
he did complain that CBS was violating its own rule about that.
Oh my God. Yeah, that wasn't on the... Like, I don't think that was part of the deal. I think he's technically right about that. I'm agreeing with Vance. Chat, this is my new leaving the left arc. No, it's not. Don't get excited. No, it's I'm not Anna Kasparian, okay. But no, it's like technically I think they agreed no fact checking. However, the way that he reacted to fact checking was hilarious. The way that he said that, right? There was a concern going into this debate because, you know, they weren't going to fact check. And Tim Walz said, or like supposedly Tim Walz was considering mentioning it. And you did hear him mention it. But he did it in kind of a diagonal way, which didn't seem like, because the concern was if he goes in there like, since you all aren't going to fact check anything, but my opponent's going to lie his fucking ass off tonight or something like that, right? That's abrasive. Tim Walz does not need to do that, and he didn't do that. He found a much more diplomatic way to put that in there and to say that. But it seems like, yeah, at least on this one issue, there was some sort of a fact check, and J.D. Vance did not take well to it. But yeah, complaining about being fact checked when you'd agreed no fact checks, that's not a good look. That is not a good look. Oh my God. Okay. There's a lot of like comments here.
In tonight's vice presidential debate, J.D. Vance had one goal: to try and clean up the mess left by his running mate after the first disastrous debate in front of 75 million people. It doesn't take long before you realize.
So yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure if I've seen enough Brian Tyler Cohen videos, I know that this guy's a cheerleader. He's gonna put on. No, he's not. I always think he's he does a podcast with an attorney. He's actually not an attorney himself, but he's got he always puts forward the best case for the Democrats.
Whether he was able to accomplish that goal. So first off, here's J.D. Vance trying to dance around the issue of climate change.
I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer.
I am so glad I'm not the only one who noticed this.
But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if
okay,
you believe that,
I'm sorry. There's no reason for him to say weird science unless he is somehow a fan of weird science. Is that what's going on here?
what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world.
He claimed that we need to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible and produce as much American energy as possible. And he's right. And that is exactly what Harris and Biden are doing right now. The current administration's created 800,000 manufacturing jobs, and the current administration is producing the most energy ever. The U.S. right now is the most energy independent it's ever been, including when Donald Trump was president. Meanwhile, if J.D. Vance is advocating for reshoring manufacturing jobs, great, but how does he square that with the fact that his running mate lost 150,000 manufacturing jobs when he was president? Walz, to his...
Is it Oingo Boingo? I thought it was Danny Elfman.
Also made another great point when it comes to climate change.
Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and
I feel like I'm a little worried that Tim Walz is going to become a meme, right? You see how he's got this concerned look on his face? And there's a few moments they snapped one still of him when his eyes were just bugging out and he looked like freaked out and meme worthy. And you don't want to be a meme. Look, JD Vance is a meme.
Harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy.
And then, of course, if you're wondering why Trump and Vance are so willing to shill for big oil, well, you don't have to look far.
To call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say...
See, Vance is actually doing a decent job, like, reacting to him.
Give me money for my campaign, and I'll let you do whatever you want.
Give you the money. Give me the... Sorry, I've...
Bought and paid for. From there, they delved into the issue of immigration, which of course is where we had the...
Speaking of meme-worthy, we haven't checked in with Anna Kasparian in a while. We need to...
...portion of listening to Trump's tirade about migrants eating pets. But it's important to note that the story was perpetuated by J.D. Vance prior to that. And of course, Vance's staff had already been told by the city of Springfield that it wasn't true, but still he said it.
Here's my theory, though. All right, I know this is unpopular, but I think it was true. I think someone in Springfield was eating the cats and the dogs. But I also think that someone was actually J.D. Vance himself and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. There it is, chat. Mystery solved. It was RFK Jr.
Because the point, according to his own admission on air, is that even if he has to create fake stories, it's worth it to impact the narrative. And so, of course, when asked about immigration, here's what Vance had to say.
Before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a history.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportation.
Yeah, Danny Elfman does like a lot. Doesn't he do the music for the Nightmare Before Christmas?
Decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations.
Deport millions of people, including those who have protected status and who are legal immigrants, without any details about how he would actually do it. Because after all, why worry about details when you have no intention of actually following the law? In reality, the reason there is chaos as far as immigration is concerned is expressly because Donald Trump killed the border bill that would have actually mitigated those issues.
Why can't you all be independent? Just like me, not left, not MAGA. Bell Harry, you're awesome.
Point that Tim Walz made here.
Most of us want to solve this.
Danny Elfman is a creep? No.
And that is the United States Congress. That's the border.
He looks like he could be a creep.
Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of
But I
Congress.
shouldn't be judging people by that. Should I?
That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and
Oh my God. I don't like him glazing up the fucking the fucking immigration, basically the Trump immigration plan. This is one of the most craven instances in politics. Get this, right? Donald Trump and the Republicans have a bill going through Congress because they think that it'll get blocked either by the Senate or that Biden will veto it, and the bill will go down as like, we wanted this bill to do shit about immigration, but you wouldn't sign it. You blocked it, right? So, that's why you should vote for Trump. So Biden all of a sudden flips. All of a sudden says, no, Jack, I like that Trump immigration plan. I'm going to sign it into law. Just give me the right? Biden flips. Cave-in by Biden, right? And then Trump turns around, calls members of Congress and says, that bill that I wanted you to vote for, I want you to vote against it now. Because if Biden's going to sign it, that's going to maybe take the issue of immigration off the table. And we can't have that. Trump literally doesn't want to solve the problem in the way that he's proposing, right? He only wanted like that bill to be put forward if it was going to be vetoed. How wild is that? And then Biden turns around and does an executive order.
Piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there.
John is old.
1,500 new border agents. Detection for drugs. DOJ money to speed up the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no. Told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things?
In fact, the moderators did offer a minor fact check about the legal status of migrants in Springfield, which sent Vance into a tailspin.
Oh yeah, this is the good one.
Just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status. Right. Temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn now to the economy.
Thank you, Margaret. The rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me,
notice how he complains.
He doesn't just do that, but then he avails himself of several minutes that he's not supposed to be talking to, go off.
About being fact-checked. When your entire platform is predicated on lying, I suppose you're going to get upset when you get called out for lying. And then, in what I believe was one of Walz's best moments of the debate.
Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester.
There was some
so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking
communist invading radicals. There were some nice moments from the debate where they actually were kind of, nice to each other. I noticed that. It kind of annoyed me, though. It's not what I'm looking for from a debate. But they did it. They went. There are two Midwestern guys at the end of the day. I know J.D. Vance pretends to be from the holler, but he's from Ohio.
Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, and the last year as president?
The only thing worse than
if they get a trifecta, they better not pass that bill without adding progressive amendment, and a pathway to citizenship.
Having a megalomaniacal narcissist in office who thinks that he can fix everything alone is having an incompetent megalomaniacal narcissist in office who thinks he can fix everything alone. Trump has no actual record to run on, just a lot of branding. But dig 1 inch beneath the surface and you'll realize that there's nothing there. On abortion, here's what Vance had to say.
First of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard.
Vance says he never supported a national ban, but he supported a national
I want to talk to his audio engineers.
Minimum standard, otherwise known as, you guessed it, a ban. You can't make a national minimum standard of 6 weeks or 8 weeks or 12 weeks and think that you are tricking anyone into thinking that that's somehow not a ban. The fact is that Vance is arguably the most extreme on this issue. He himself called for a, quote, end to abortion on his website. And Walz was quick not to let Vance explain away this issue.
The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography?
And here's a particularly bad issue for Republicans, the issue of gun violence. Here's Vance's big solution.
What do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have
Brian O'Connor, did I say something mean about Vance? I honestly forgot it already.
to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer.
I mean, that is probably the best idea for gun control, a wand. A wand would be great. Can you imagine a fairy godmother that was just like, I fucking hate guns, bippity boppity boo, and all of your guns turn into, like, I don't know, dildos or something? They turn into...
The old harden the schools trope in response to a question about gun violence. Right, that's the answer. Turn schools into prisons, ripe with guns and metal detectors, because God forbid we actually tackle the root of the problem. And Walz, to his big credit, pointed that out here.
But that's not far enough when we know there are things that work. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have...
What was that noise? What was that noise?
Pointed that out here.
But that's not far enough when we know there are things that work. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't...
Where did that sound come from? Who made that sound? It's not me.
Big credit pointed that out here.
But that's not far enough when we know there are things that work. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They...
Big credit pointed that out here.
But that's not far enough when we know there are things that work. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't...
Who else would be gulping? It wasn't Walz. I don't think it was Vance. Could it have been... Did a moderator gulp? You think it was a fart? Back to basics? I don't think it was a fart. I think it was like somebody swallowing... Yeah, like gulp. Yeah, random girl 3PO. It was like a gulp. But I don't know who it came from. I can't tell. I can't trace that gulp.
Don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of...
Yeah, it sounded like a swallow, but nobody's mouth moved.
...these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense.
And it just got better for Walz as we then moved into healthcare. Vance claimed that Trump, quote,
we need to adjudicate all the mouth sounds.
Salvage the ACA. That didn't exactly sit too well with Walz.
All right, here's where being...
Sounded like somebody drinking something. Yeah, either that or they just had, like, they kind of, like, gulped. Like the throat goat.
Old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley. 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand.
Whoa, that sounds pretty medical to me.
And healthcare, it's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill.
And look, Republicans, as you all know, have spent the last decade trying to...
Here's my theory, though. We didn't hear that gulp the first time because it's Brian Tyler Cohen's audio people that have some kind of special compressor, some kind of dynamic chain of effects in their editing software where you actually heard a sound that was so slight you wouldn't have even noticed it.
Repeal the ACA. Trump himself literally tried to repeal it, and but for John McCain's famous thumbs down, he would have been successful. Trump is not the savior of the ACA. He is not the savior of healthcare in this country. He literally tried to destroy it. And of course, it couldn't get much worse than this answer on Vance's vowed refusal to certify the election unless Donald Trump wins.
Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every...
Look at that. What is he doing to the video? There must be a reason. Chat, am I going to get in trouble for streaming this video? Anyway.
Governor certifies the results. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question.
Who says I was very happy with the debate? Both were respectful and made their points. Yeah, they were both very respectful, and I hate it. I hate it.
Because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues.
They're two Midwestern guys.
Debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said.
He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020?
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals. Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
That is a long sound alert. I gotta get like the Destiny sounds.
Peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Thank you for subscribing. We're over 9,000, chat. We're soon to be over 10,000.
Election.
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship.
And look, of course Vance won't admit that Donald Trump lost in 2020 because that lie right there serves as the foundation.
You missed this debate? That's just fish toes. That just means you have a life.
For not only Trump's...
That's actually a good comment on you.
...efforts to massage his ego as far as his 2020 loss...
You missed a vice presidential debate.
...but also the foundation for his efforts to cry fraud in the upcoming election. If Vance admits that Donald Trump lost, then the whole facade goes away. And so instead, he has to help Donald Trump continue this bit because it's all that Donald Trump has left in the event that he loses this election. He will never admit fault, and he will never claim that he lost the election.
We all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda.
Overall, this debate put on full display the extent to which
Look, right now my agenda is to get the likes up over 100. All right, that's my agenda at the moment.
Vance is little more than a slicker talking proxy for the exact same dangerous, draconian, backwards agenda that Donald Trump tried to thrust onto the American people. Whether it's on healthcare, on gun safety,
I don't want Trump thrusting anything on me.
Reproductive rights, or on democracy itself, Vance offered little more than the same unpopular policies as Donald Trump himself. Americans have already made it clear that they don't want it from him, and they're not going to buy it from his running mate either. Before you go, just a quick...
No. What does the Bulwark think? These people are like weirdos. They're like never Trumper Republicans.
Hey fam, it's JVL from the Bulwark. If you missed the vice presidential debate, we've got you covered with all the highlights right here.
You got us covered with your Sennheiser mic.
TLDR, very good night.
TLDR. Oh my God, I love to know that you're you're cool also.
For JD Vance, kind of a midnight for Tim Walz. He was shaky at times. He had a couple of real bad answers. His explanation as to why he said he was in Tiananmen Square in June instead of August, which should have just been like, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know what you guys want from me. Like, I bungled a date from 25 years ago by 12 weeks. If that makes you want to not vote for Kamala Harris, I guess you do you. It's the simplest answer ever. Instead, he like talked around it for 2 minutes. It was weird.
You said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square.
Lori Wolf says, why do you keep pausing and saying stupid comments? Lori Wolf, that's what I get paid for.
Protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year.
My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take...
It took everybody to Tiananmen Square. It was so cool.
And we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn.
We would take fidget spinners, we'd take...
Now look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. They...
Esports stars.
I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that.
He had one malapropism, which was really weird, talking about how he'd become friends with school shooters. Again,
I've never heard them called malapropisms, but that's okay.
Not great.
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen...
Yeah, he lied about the month he went to China. I just don't understand what's the thing? What's the thing? How does that make him bad? My name is No Comment Check, not Some Comments Check. Like, technically, yeah. It's a little bit on the irony. The administration is just blowing smoke up everyone's asses. Does that work? Can you get high from that?
And
I've never tried that.
JD Vance was awesome if you like no contact sociopaths. I mean,
we love no contact sociopaths here, don't we, chat?
Guy who goes on all the Manosphere podcasts
and guys who go on all the Manosphere podcasts
talks about women's menstruation periods and whether or not they have hit menopause.
Especially if they say menstruation period, that's when you know they're legit. If they say menstruation period, they start talking about women's menstruation periods. That's when you know that's
like all like, oh, I so care about women, young girls, and you know, I have this great friend who had an abortion. It really saved her life.
I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship.
Some weird shit, man.
He's friend with school shooters, yeah.
Some other things.
What can I say?
I talked about how Trump being crazy was really good for foreign policy because it made everybody afraid.
Donald Trump actually delivered.
I love it when everyone's afraid. That's the best.
Stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line.
I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to.
So now he's talking about JD Vance and what he said about Donald Trump prior to his transformation into a MAGA senator. When he was first around, he was like JD Vance was a never Trumper. And he had some really harsh words for Trump.
Afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself.
Talked about how protectionism is the way to fight climate change, which I guess JD Vance thinks is real, even though Donald Trump doesn't.
I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be clean.
We really like it clean, yeah.
Safer. But one of the things that I've noticed,
But we also want to drill, baby, drill.
Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world.
He also said that he said bad things about Trump because the media lied to him about Trump. So it was the media's fault that he called Trump a Nazi.
I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record.
And then that Trump governed in a bipartisan way to get things done, and that Trump was the one who saved Obamacare. Which, again, I just don't know how these things can be said, but there they are, and nobody cared.
And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done, but when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and health care costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care.
The most interesting thing probably was when J.D. Vance was just asked point blank who won the 2020 election, and he wouldn't say.
I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
So, you know, here's the sad thing. That's a question that you could ask to great effect. I'm sure like some people really agree with you there, right? But when you ask it as a way of dodging out of a question that you don't want to answer, it kind of falls flat. Any shade that Shady Vance would be able to throw at Tim Walz is reflected by the fact that he himself is refusing to answer J.D. Walz's question.
That is a damning non-answer.
And I think that leaves him in a sour spot. I'll just leave you guys with this, then we'll get to the video. I mean, if you're not going to say that Trump lost the election, then you should say that he won it. Because the one person who's really going to care about that answer is Donald Trump. Let's go to the tape.
It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. And when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept.
It does actually feel like something a fourth grader would say. Like, do you have a plan? I have a concept of a plan. I could.
Because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it. And it lets.
I don't talk about my religion too much, but the fucking Holy Eucharist is good as fuck. Seriously, you get to eat a cracker and some wine. That is awesome. Just gotta say though. Just gotta say.
Let's just keep our dignity about how we treat other people. You made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president...
I don't usually talk about my religion too much, but the way that a hymnal smells when you open it...
You don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does.
I guess you voted for Biden too? No, I'm religious, Alex. I'm very, very religious, but I don't usually talk about my religion.
Pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever. How is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, and the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
Send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school, and we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the
He's fucking surreal. I swear to God, this guy is surreal.
families that are affected by this terrible stuff, and we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just how do we
shake hands,
actually do it?
I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today.
Right after football practice.
Trump refused to acknowledge this. And the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he did. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. That issue and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." Mike Pence made the right decision. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter.
Shake hands with danger.
People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it.
Christopher Dunn says, I was raised by fundamentalists. Never understood how my family and other Christians support Trump, the most transparently non-Christian politician in my lifetime. I mean, you're not wrong.
But to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop.
We're going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board.
Tim Walz looks like he might have a frog tongue, and it might just like lick out and like grab a fly off of JD Vance's nose. Could you see that, chat? Like, I think that's his persona, a frog.
But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. The question got asked, and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today.
I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to.
So yeah, his whole thing that he says is bullshit, right? It's like, well, why not? What's better than like allowing such an important decision to be made by the states? And it's like, no, to be made by the person that's pregnant. That's the only person that needs to be involved in the decision. right? If you want to make that states' rights argument,
Communist invading radicals.
I will make a motherfucking individual rights argument, and that's where the right belongs, right? It's people feel different ways about abortion, and they're entitled to, act accordingly. Because it's a personal choice. There's no other place to leave it but with the pregnant person. That's where the choice gets made.
To make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. In Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important
we're
because
going to turn out of the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where
36 weeks is late, yeah, and that's why you're not going to have a situation where anybody's wanting to end their pregnancy on a whim when they've been carrying that pregnancy for 36 weeks. These are extreme situations where that's even considered. And rather than making it more difficult for the people in those situations, we need to leave it up to the...
You can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years.
Wait, so this is the second wand that he's waived, right? There's the green card one that he's mentioning now. He also mentioned a wand that, something to do with guns? A wand to get rid of all the guns?
The facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank
our
you,
own
Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those
We have
laws
so
have been on
much-
the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
we
CBP
want to have
One app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut.
All right, so there you have it. There's the whole thing.
Do you think that any right-wingers are going to take that moment and be like, he was silenced? They wouldn't let him speak.
I mean, I guess my big takeaway from this was that J.D. Vance did a great job selling J.D. Vance to America because he's hoping for the hamburger from heaven. And
the hamburger from heaven?
In 2028 or 2032, he'll be able to be the great post-Trump Republican savior.
Look, the only person that's coming post-Trump, Trump is going to be the late, great Hannibal Lecter. That's who's coming after Trump. That's the only one who can run after Donald Trump. Only the late, great Hannibal Lecter. But he has to come back to life first. That's the first thing.
Didn't do the best job trying to get Donald Trump over. And the big question for JD is just whether or not the big fella noticed that or not. Well, guys, we're a month left to the election. It's going to be, terrible. So let's all get through it together.
Let's hope. Let's hope we can get through it together. Somehow.
Well, that was an excruciating hour and a half.
God damn, we're getting to see all the Midas tier, Midas touch people we never see.
Watching the vice presidential debate on CBS between Governor Tim Walz and Senator J.D. Vance.
You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants.
Letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children.
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is
leave J.D. Vance on Earth.
The last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do.
And I can't say that I had high hopes for this. As you know, if you've heard me talk about debates before, that I don't believe we should be doing them here in the United States. I think that they've become vehicles just to get ratings for television news networks and therefore profit. And that
this is kind of like when somebody makes an argument against social media and they're like, yeah, look at all these bad things that are like, they make an argument against the algorithm or something. Like I sat and watched Adam Something argue that all social media should be you give your first and last names, and that's what your ID is, right? There's no pseudonyms, there's no anonymity.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
And then on top of that, there's no algorithm. You can share stuff with people that you're friends with or connected to, but that's it. And then there were even some like limits on the sharing, right? Adam Something has this whole idea that I'm just like, okay, I mean, it would kind of ruin what we're doing, wouldn't it, Adam? Like no algorithm?
Really, it's
we need the algorithm.
A kind of profit-driven model.
Hannibal's zombie revenge, back from the dead and hungry for some brains. This makes Trump immune.
It has nothing to do with actual debates. It's not actually a debate at all. It's just two people making individual statements without the ability to kind of argue with each other. And, you know, a good argument is a good debate. And the level of political discourse I find in these things is base level, to say the very least. So I made the effort to watch this and live tweet, or live X, whatever it's called these days. I don't really do that, but on this occasion...
This guy's got a great voice, but is his compressor maybe a little too high?
I was goaded. I was goaded.
You were goaded? You are goaded.
To live tweet. So what I thought I'd do is, if you weren't following along, I'll just kind of read through what it was that I said, which might kind of jog our memories as to what actually happened. It was not the most exciting debate. It wasn't what I was looking forward to. I was looking forward to seeing Tim Walz not annihilate J.D. Vance, but to kind of leave as the clear winner. And sadly, that was not the case tonight. And I actually posted ahead of the debate, I'm not looking forward to tonight's pointless debate. I put mainly because Vance is a terrible person. And
so this guy's anti-debate.
American TV political debates are always...
And anti-Vance, too, obviously.
I then said that the pre-show analysis on CBS was all over the place, and it was. Just hearing, I don't know whether maybe these journalists were too young, but there wasn't any gravitas in the kind of pre-show analysis. It was
Christopher Dunn says this guy's hit or miss with his takes.
All very base level, and I learned a new phrase. One of the female hosts said that they'd brought it back from the breach. I think they meant brink, but this is the point that I'm making, is that, you know, there wasn't even a sense that they knew that was incorrect. Anyway, that's maybe just me being...
Wait, they knew what was incorrect? I don't get it. What's he talking about?
Phrase. One of any gravitas in the just hearing, I don't know whether maybe these journalists were too young, but there wasn't any gravitas in the kind of pre-show analysis.
Oh, we didn't watch that.
It was all
pre-show analysis. Yeah, I can't say.
very base level. And I learned a new phrase. One of the female hosts said that they'd brought it back from the breach. I think they meant brink, but this is the point that I'm making, is that...
Is it brink?
There wasn't even a sense that they knew that that was incorrect. Anyway, that's maybe just me being pedantic. Yeah, I just got the feeling that really they didn't seem to care. TV news is reporting on a parallel America where everything is fine, where there isn't a threat to our democracy, where there isn't a threat of despotism. And I really got a sense that the hosts were just preparing for a Truman Show style debate that didn't exist in the real world. It was just so anodyne.
Gravitas means substance? I always thought that gravitas meant like respect. Huh.
And weird. And I hashtagged sane washing. And that's a word you're going to hear.
Hashtag sane washing.
Quite a lot tonight. Tim Walz, I felt, had some media training. He came on in a way that I've never really seen Tim Walz behave. To me, he's always been that kind of uncle coach character who's a little misshapen and unshaven.
No!
And just a little erratic and
no!
Authentic and joyful. And instead he was groomed, and it was all a little too over-prepared.
He's too groomed.
And this is a problem that we have with TV debate shows, is that, you know, if you've got a candidate that is charismatic and intelligent, you do not need to prep them as much as people who don't possess any skills.
Does he think that they might have this is a possibility. They might have over-prepped Tim Walz.
And so I felt that he was over-prepped. And of course,
yeah, that's possible, actually, yeah.
Vance at the top, he didn't answer the first question. He instead, you know, took hold of that question and said, well, before I answer that, I want to talk about my fake childhood. And he kept referencing this poverty that he grew up in, and it was a whole word salad. They were asked a question about Iran initially, and somehow he made that about his own childhood. So there we are. You know, this is a bit of a theme in this debate, is that word salads, just a whole lot of words and not a lot of substance. I felt that Tim Walz took a while to warm up. You know, he had to go first. It's very hard when you do that. And I get the sense that J.D. Vance pretends to be a politician.
Yeah, like I always assume gravitas in the same sense as gravity. Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, they would pull, like, right? That's what I thought it was like. They have the pull, they have the respect, they have the social power.
You know, in real life, he's a venture capitalist. His knowledge of world events is pretty empty. You know, they're talking about Iran like it's Kamala Harris's fault. You know, Donald Trump destabilized.
It's a lot more Donald Trump's fault than
now, because it takes 2 or 3 years for these things to have an effect. We are seeing the effects of Donald Trump's mismanagement of the region. Then they asked about climate change, and of course, J.D. Vance doesn't believe in it. You might as well ask him to...
Describing this as a tie is silly. Who do you think won, Queen Bee?
The alphabet song. He and his boyfriend Donald Trump, they think it's a hoax. He's denying that carbon emissions cause climate change. The argument is flawed. He has no ideas on that subject, and I just wrote, we're doomed. I did wish that Tim Walz interrupted J.D. Vance. They didn't mute the mics. It wasn't that kind of a setup. He could have interrupted him. He could have held court. He could have done that thing that I've suggested before where you go, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's all you have to say.
Is that going to sound good? That's a lie. That's a lie. I don't know. I think I'm going to sound like an asshole.
And it makes the point, but he didn't. He allowed these lies.
Nancy says Walz kicked ass.
Propaganda and this crapo.
There definitely are some good clips for Walz.
To be repeated ad infinitum. And I was so bored at this point. You know, I was actually more interested in the health of the moderators. One of them kept coughing. And I posted...
And one of them was swallowing.
We need 2 moderators anyway. It's so weird.
Why do we need 2? He thinks the strangest thoughts. I mean, I guess you're right. Why do we... yeah, actually... It's a strange thought, but he's right. Why do we have two moderators?
In the UK, we would never have two moderators doing a debate. You can't get any flow.
Where did that come from?
Two moderators. And I also questioned whether fuchsia as a choice of clothing was the right when...
Damn!
The right choice when the...
He's going hard.
...set was red and blue. It was a slight...
He's going hard.
I noticed that J.D. Vance was also wearing a fuchsia tie. But the debate was staccato.
Coming after Vance's tie.
It wasn't smooth. It didn't flow. It wasn't an enjoyable watch. And I doubt that there'll be decent ratings for this debate either. You know.
See, now there's one way. Like there. It is true that less people watch this debate compared to the other one, right? But you don't want to be coping about it. You know, oh, nobody cares about the vice president debate anyway. No, it's okay. It's okay because, like, I don't know.
I could imagine or even hear people switching over to CSI Miami. That was the point. I went and got some snacks.
Scotty, oh, are you smoking tampons over there?
And none of Vance's...
That can't be good for your health.
...stats on immigration were true. They were all fake. And Walz should have known to shut them down. But he didn't. And you know, the reality is that Donald Trump did not have the best border in history. He just didn't. But Tim Walz should have known that and should have just butted in, but he didn't. I did write and mention that the eyeliner that J.D. Vance is wearing is actually natural. I did do some research on that. Some people have it. It's not painted on. It's just a natural human phenomenon. But I also know...
What? It's not? Wait, that's not eyeliner?
Eyeliner that J.D. Vance is wearing is actually natural. I did do some research on that. Some people have it. It's not painted on. It's just a natural human phenomenon.
I don't believe you.
But I also noted that J.D. Vance had the edge at this halfway point on the debate. You know, despite his lies, he seemed to be more fluent. And where Tim Walz should have been responding to the lies instead of building new narratives. Because then it's too much information for people to take on. If he says something that is a lie, you say what you said was a lie, explain why it's a lie. Don't kind of ignore it and then build a whole new storyline. It's too much data. And there was that moment when J.D. Vance started mansplaining with, you know, interruptions about Haitian migrants. It was very awkward.
No, you're never going to convince me that Tim Walz is not wearing eyeliner.
They did cut the mics in the end, but instead of just cutting them and moving on, they cut them and then they waited and you heard like hissing and it was excruciating. I really wanted to hear...
They're saying Vance has eyeliner. No, Vance does have eyeliner. This guy's saying he doesn't. This guy's saying he just has naturally dark, like, eye things.
Tim cut JD down to size. You know, there are too many stats, too many numbers. It should have been more about the threat to democracy, because that's the biggest issue at hand. You know, talking more about the GOP, the Senate blockade on legislation, focusing on the lies, especially about tax cuts, because Trump never gave tax cuts to regular people, only gave tax cuts to billionaires, and that's his plan again, and we never seem to hear that from the mouths of Democrats. And Vance started gaslighting. I mean,
Reggie,
the theme of gaslighting, but Walz was falling into the trap, which is not good for Democrats. And I fear that Tim Walz has been tamed by media advisors. I want that guy back who gave the speech at the DNC. You remember him? He was great. This is a whole new Tim Walz. And then there was a question about Tim Walz misspeaking about Hong Kong and China and where he was when he should have been somewhere else. It didn't make any sense. It was painful. I actually bit off some of my hand at that.
No! Are you real? Are you real, dude? Anthony Davis, are you real?
At that point.
He bit off some of his hand. He was like biting. And he chewed some of it off.
And I posted, I really hope this debate gets better. Still no mention of the dangerousness of Donald Trump, no mention of dictatorship, no mention of the loss of democracy, just allowing Vance to take the reins and run with it.
He sends goons after people that disagree with him? Is he going to send goons after you?
Walz needed also to stop saying that he agreed with Vance all
Reggie, is he a tanky?
the time. He said it about 4 or 5 times come the halfway point, and it's not a good look. You don't want to agree with someone like J.D. Vance. There is no common ground. There might be common ground in the debate, but in the politics of it all, there is no common ground. And that I felt was frustrating, to say the very least. You know, the candidates were going for speed over substance. I wanted them just to slow it all down. I wanted Tim Walz to put some pauses in there, you know, pregnant pauses, just to
impregnate those pauses.
Take the control, take people's attention back to here, take control of the narrative. But he didn't.
The goons didn't come after you, but they came after your wife? Well, I hope you're okay. I hope your wife's okay.
Then there was the gun violence conversation.
I guess now I'm not going to say anything bad about Tim Walz then. Tim Walz is great. Tim Walz is the best. I don't want the goons to come after me, right?
And again,
the goons are great too. The goons are great people. I think they're wonderful. They're the best goons ever.
I was worried that Tim Walz failed to win the debate against J.D. Vance. And I wrote, if Walz can't win the debate on gun violence, then we have a big problem. I said it's as if
there's a real reason people are leaving his state. Is it because of the goons?
Walz has been
too many goons.
Advised not to fight. And this is a bit of a theme with Democrats. They come to a knife fight armed only with spoons. I wish there was more at stake for them.
The steak, like some A1 sauce, a nice serrated knife, yeah.
The debate was a perfect example of sane washing, talking about America like it's not on the brink of a dictatorship. Or on the breach of a dictatorship.
The breach.
Vance was a bit of a Trojan horse. He made the GOP appear as moderate. And Walz wasn't exposing them.
Yeah, the goons never say die.
For who they really are. And I also wish that Tim Walz would stop talking so much about Minnesota and take on the role of a national leader.
This like, fuck Minnesota.
This is an audition to be the vice president of the United States. That's
not small beans, man.
It's not about being the governor of your state anymore. And I wanted to see
your rural Midwestern state
him rise to that occasion, but he kept referencing Minnesota all the time. Now, I know that's his area of expertise, but this is an audition for the big job. Or the second.
I have no idea how bad it is in Minnesota. No, I've seen Fargo.
Job. And it would have been great to have heard more of that positivity about how well the United States is doing right now. There was lots of doom and gloom.
The Gooner community gives me a free pass. Thank you.
Statistically, we're actually doing far better than most other nations post-COVID. Growth is up, employment is up, stock market is up, inflation is down. And that positive energy that we got at the DNC, I would have liked to have seen and heard more of that from Tim Walz. You know, we have to remember J.D. Vance is a fraud, and Tim Walz is the real deal. And tonight was an example of how the limitations and the pressure of the television format can change people unrecognizably. To me,
Tim Walz has been burned. He's been burned badly.
Walz was a bag of nerves because, like Joe Biden, the format doesn't suit him. Whereas Vance, like Trump, thrives on television. It's not a natural environment. It's not normal to stand in this shiny TV studio where everything is illuminated and focus your speech into, a solitary...
Interesting, though, the title is, even though he's got a lot of smoke for Walz, the title is Vance Fails to Answer One Simple Question.
It's just not normal. And people like J.D. Vance and Donald Trump, they're not real people. They're fake.
Fargo is North Dakota.
They're made for TV, and so they will look good in that environment. And people like Joe Biden and Tim Walz, they are real people with real emotions and feelings and reactions, and so they will therefore have insecurities, and they will behave differently under that kind of pressure, and we saw that tonight.
I thought Fargo was in Canada.
I also wanted to point out that the CBS News questioning was really oddly posed, that they attempted to kind of both sides these parties when they're anything but equal. The moderators weren't moderating, they were just reading sanitized questions from a script. And they were sane-washing Trump quotes. It was very painful to watch. And then by the end, I was like, I don't think anyone's watching anymore. You know, Vance is an extremely dangerous, radical, far-right operative. And yet tonight, he was presenting as a moderate.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
And Tim Walz is a much more authentic and charismatic person in real life than the format allowed for. And Vance never answers the actual question, and Walz doesn't finish a thought. And the debate...
Thorne, Raydell, let's be real. What I don't enjoy is what COVID did to this country, all right? That's when shit got fucked. I'm surprised you don't realize it. COVID fucked this country up. Biden and Harris started in the middle of that, and it's still not back. And maybe never will be. I don't know. Shit is fucked up now. But what do you want me to do? Get in a time machine?
To me, should have been all about Donald Trump's disastrous legacy and his future threat to democracy. And instead...
Good to have you here, Jay Rich.
We had a bromance between VP picks.
It was a bit of a bromance, wasn't it? Yeah.
Who were being way too nice to each other. Call out the hate. Call out the lies.
See, I was a little bit annoyed by that. Yeah, other people were like charmed. They were like, oh, these Midwestern guys. They're so polite. They're so nice to each other. It's like, that's just... this is just two Midwestern guys. It's not...
Call out
this is just what they do.
Just kept saying yes.
North Dakota?
You know, we agree on that. We agree. They don't agree. Not in the real world. Vance was much more agile than Tim Walz in this debate. Walz was showing his naivety as a rookie media player. Remember, it's only been a few months that he's, been in the spotlight. Walz is obviously a better, smarter candidate, but tonight, sadly, he took second place in TV debate land to the slimy J.D. Vance. Fortunately, it's not real life, and I don't think that this debate will have any effect on the vote. You're not voting for a vice president, you're voting for a president, and if you ever needed a reason to vote Kamala Harris, it's because she's not Donald Trump. And finally, I would say, who put Tim Walz in this fancy new suit? I preferred him in his own clothes. I could feel his discomfort.
There was something of discomfort, yeah.
But his closing statement was his best moment. It was just missing all that coach personality that we got used to outside the TV studio. J.D. Vance is just a fake. And Margaret Brennan was coughing throughout, and I wish her better because I know what it's like.
You're mad at her for coughing, aren't you?
She was probably so sick she probably shouldn't have done the show, but she was like, there is no way I'm not doing a vice presidential debate. It's very good for my resume. So hopefully she gets some rest. So there we go. Just some thoughts. As you know, I used to work in TV debates, training politicians and speech writing and doing, media coaching and this type of stuff for these people in these studios. And so I know this environment, and I recognize, I keep reminding you, it's not a natural place for people like Tim Walz to be. And that is why the Trumps and the Vances of this world, they can peacock in these environments. And the rest of us would probably just fall apart. I'm Anthony Davis. You can find me on the 5 Minute News YouTube channel and podcast, on Wednesdays co-hosting Uncovered, and on Sunday on The Weekend Show with Midas Touch.
Real quick, Meta just changed their algorithm to suppress political content.
Oh my god, chat. Oh my god.
Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm John Favreau.
I'm John.
Iran, CBS Vice.
For when it comes to
plans on what they're going to do. You said just a few years.
Now, Nora, you asked about climate change.
This started October.
On other networks here in the U.S. and around the
Let's rewatch the beginning.
Have the made by
is Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran
I'm like, how bad was this?
yet on Israel, but that attack failed thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it.
See, the thing is, the U.S. being over there actually makes a war more likely because it makes Israel feel a little bit too brave.
Largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
This was, I thought, the worst response that Walz gave.
Well, thank you. And thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its...
He really looks like a deer stuck in a headlights. And I was wondering, right, is it possible that the answer that he's giving, which is just the terrorist Biden, line that he's towing, were these words resting uncomfortably on his tongue?
Proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today.
Yeah, that's right, Christopher Dunn. You got to escalate to de-escalate.
Along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago. A nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the Vice President said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor,
we did not get to that. We did not get to what went on today in Israel. I will try to cover that. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow.
Senator Vance, the same question.
Vance looks icky. He does. He's like zero riz.
Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike
Negative riz
by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate.
Hello, fellow American people.
I want want to answer the question, but I want to
Hello, fellow humans.
actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance.
How comfortable that weasel is.
For periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we
need leadership. Kingface, explain to me what the fuck leadership is.
That as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing
It sounds to me like you worship assholes.
effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack,
Is
has
that what it means to be a leader? Is it being the biggest asshole?
received over $100 billion in
Is that's what I'm seeing right here. All right, this guy's an asshole. Could I put it to you more plainly?
and assets thanks to the Kamala
With less brain rot.
administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize
Peace through motherfucking strength, spoken like a true Nazi.
that if they got out of line, the United States...
If you get out of line, we'll fucking let you... Yeah, no, dude, fuck these guys.
Global leadership would put stability...
Fuck that leadership.
...and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question...
Where can we get that Waluigi? I don't know. Nintendo? Like, I feel like I have to... There is a tag. Wait. Well, yeah, it's a license. It's a Nintendo license thing. I think. Is that Super Mario? Wait, what company makes this?
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
I mean, copyright Nintendo, but of course it would be.
And look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are.
It's up to Israel. What are the... Yeah, so there we go. And this is what's wrong with the Biden administration too. That's basically what they've been saying. It's up, you know, they'll act like they are gonna exert some kind of pressure, but that's all kayfabe. That's all kayfabe. They're letting Israel and Netanyahu do whatever the fuck they want.
They're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump.
How else do you expect to keep a place safe without force? By not being a fucking Nazi. That makes no one safe. Come on, Condor.
Who we had...
You're like, no, we got to have a strong man. We got to have a strong... Because strong men are strong, and strength is stability, and everybody will be afraid of our strong man, and everyone will bow to our every whim. What the fuck kind of shit is that? Come on. Stop thinking like a Nazi.
Coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's
true
leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like...
This is the one thing about Donald Trump, right? The one common refrain is that he is very easy to manipulate. Supposedly, his advisors would try to jockey to be the last person in his ear because he would often have the viewpoint of just like the last person to talk to him. But if they knew how to flatter him, right? His staff, they wanted him to read the foreign policy reports, but he wouldn't read them. And so they started putting his name in the briefings, right? They would just mention him. They would have his name in the briefings and he would read this stuff. He's so easy to manipulate.
Witnessed today, like you witnessed in April.
He's just a walking ego.
Attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all,
wait, did Trump say that they did? Oh, wow. Did Trump actually say this?
The U.S. must now make its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran.
So Trump's actually recognized, well, he probably doesn't realize that he's wrong. Like, I mean, he did this, right? There was a deal. Iran had international inspectors looking at their nuclear program, looking at the spent fuel and making sure that none of the spent fuel could be reprocessed into weapons grade stuff, right? That was a treaty. That was diplomacy signed under Obama and then blown up by Trump at the behest of Miriam Adelson.
Because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret,
Trump never makes a mistake. How dare you?
Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine.
Okay, so the thing about this is that there is a little bit of to blame not on Kamala, but on Biden. There was a chance of renegotiating a similar deal to what the U.S. had with under Obama with Iran, right? And Biden waited too long, and the government of Iran changed, and that possibility was no longer there. But had he wanted to do it early on in his administration, there's a decent chance that Biden could have put a similar deal back into place. But that doesn't excuse Trump. Trump blew up the fucking deal. Trump's the reason that there is a problem in the first place, right? Obama fixes a problem. Trump undoes it, creates a problem. Biden fails to fix it. That's what we're dealing with. So yes, the majority of the responsibility is on Trump.
Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about what the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was.
I always bring up October 7th, even when it's not relevant whatsoever.
During the administration of Kamala.
When I'm going to get donuts.
So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets.
How long have you been working here? Really? Okay. Yeah, October 7th was really bad, huh?
But effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back.
Peace through strength.
Back to a very broken world.
You sound like a comic book fucking version of an evil, like, politician.
Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last...
Donald Trump fucked up the nuclear deal. How you can't dodge that question. But that's all he's going to do here. And there's a few times where his dodging kind of blows up in his face.
I'm 40 years old. When was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane, because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then, of course, afterwards, to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job, and I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say, Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America, because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane, and my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together to solve the governors and the emergency responders.
You said governors a lot.
Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover, but we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act.
We're back to Oingo Boingo again, yeah. You just want the doll.
Taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest...
I mean, I could probably, I don't know, should I get sponsored by Nintendo and sell these?
Manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change...
No, that's what I have to do, chat. I have to make this my merch somehow. But it wouldn't really be my merch. Because the only way it would be my merch is if it said, like, NCC, and Nintendo would never allow that. Nintendo would never allow that.
Real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Chat, do you know that Pal World just got sued by Nintendo?
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's...
You have a baby, Waluigi? Wait, what if these things could have babies? How do you know if they're pregnant?
It's a slogan that often the Democrats will use.
Do they get pregnant from Wario?
I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in...
You have a connection for merch? I don't know what we do. Like, right, the one thought I had was like coffee, but it would have to be really good coffee. I don't want to put my name on anything that's not like awesome, right? Yes or no, Vance?
China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially...
So this was proven wrong.
Go into those solar panels.
He's just lying.
If you want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years.
Senator.
Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by the
your time
climate.
is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign, and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that, and an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor.
All right, chat, I gotta go to bed, but I noticed a few things. Walz got back on his feet really quickly. That opening was rocky. And yeah, there are some other bad moments for him. There's some weird little embarrassment, like when he's like, my best friends are school shooters or whatever. Right? That was weird. But overall, I don't think it's as bad as I thought it was. Maybe people that are saying it's a tie is right. I don't think Walz won. I mean, at the very least, like, my expectations were higher. But I don't think it was a disaster either. I don't think it's gonna... I'll be honest, I don't think it's gonna change much. $120 final offer. I gotta go to bed, Kappa Joel. I gotta go to bed. Everybody's always like, you gotta debate me, or you gotta sell me your Waluigi, or whatever. And I'm like, no, I got prior commitments. I got a commitment with the Sandman. He's supposed to send me a dream. All right, good night, chat. Get some sleep. I'll be back at you again tomorrow with more good content for you. We'll try to talk about what's going on in Israel. Catch up with some of the speeches by Kamala and Trump, and we'll see what else we get into from there. But until then, good night. Join the Discord. Join the Discord. There it is, right there. Discord. Join. That's your place to connect. All right. And in the future, I'm gonna try to add more, more subjects that are from the stream suggestions. So we need to find a way to vote on stream suggestions, and like whatever wins will go on the poll. Will be a possibility. Anyway, good night. Much love. I will see what the hell is wrong with why did my stream crash on Twitch and regular YouTube? I guess we'll figure it out. Anyway, good night.